doesn't matter what you want. I will succeed, whether you like it or not. I am unstoppable. When will you learn that? When will you learn that?
Again, Mr. Williams, I invite you to conversate with me directly. I don't do all this internet stuff. The problem is you're going after my family, you post my children, and then you mention my name. So you and I, we need to have a conversation. And yes, this is a forever problem.
Darius Cooks, also known as your local scammer. You are, you gay, grown up in Chicago. You just end up being with a tribe of people. I don't know. It's really hard to explain. It might be different now, but when I was growing up, there were crews. We had people we hung with, right? Anyway, and I hung with people like, you remember Calvin, Lavelle. Those are people that I used to hang with back in the day, and you see what happened now, especially with randomness of Vell. We ain't heard hide nor have him, have we? We ain't heard hide nor have him, have we? Come to think of it, let me not bring his name up, because let me tell you something. He probably, he ready to. Where's the expose? Where is the expose?
Show out, run your mouth, pop off at the mouth. I do something called an attack. When you do the attack, you got to make sure you're real rooted and grounded. Look that way. Make sure you're real rooted and grounded so they don't know what's about to go on. You just attack them. You just attack them. What did I say? I said you better do what I said to do. If they think you're crazy, if they think you're crazy, they'll just walk away slowly like that.
5, 6, 7, 8. Why you gotta lie so much? You must wake up and just make up stuff. Cause I just do not understand why every time you talk, you tell a quick lie. You and your lies gotta go. Because I'm tired of talking to Pinocchio. Then you had a nerve to look folks in the eyes, knowing that you telling them lies. You be telling them lies. I asked you about this. Did you lie about it? I asked you about that. Did you lie about it? Get them lies together, they all over the place. I bet if Jesus came back, you a lie to his face. Damn, P-O-G-O. I guess you wanna see how far your nose can grow. I said, P-No-G-O. I guess you wanna see how far your nose can grow. Now, boo! Let's go, start telling all them lies, number one. Let's go, cause I don't believe that you say at this point. Cause all you do is lie, lie, lie. Lie, lie, lie. Lie, 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 lie.
What's up, good people? Happy Monday. Let me know that you can hear me in the chat by typing either push through Vell or Darius Legion, push through Vell, or Darius Cooks Legion, Darius Legion Cooks, however you want to word it. I have I've been working on this stuff today. I mean, really, the food truck part ain't much to work on, to be honest. It's all ready to go. But I swear to God, I am getting mentally back in the space of I don't give a fuck and I don't even care to talk about it anymore. I'm ready to move on to the new stuff. I have been I call myself just getting together our segment that I talked about, where we would talk about what's currently happening with Crooks and then move into the retrospective of the stuff that has happened in the past. Specifically in this moment, this season, would be the lunch machine. But the more I was pulling together, I was like, I would so rather just talk about this other stuff than that. That's what gets me every time. That's what ends up getting me. And then, we end up 3 years later and I've never talked about the food truck. So at first, this is what we're going to do. I'm still do it. I want y'all to vote in the chat. Let me see. Can I do it this way? We got, thank you to everyone who's telling me that you can hear me by saying push through. Just put another, and thank you to the 90% of you who have shared and hit that thumbs up for this video. To the rest of you who are joining over on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram, please hit that like button, the heart button, follow, share, do all those good things that help the platform grow. It is greatly appreciated in advance. And the second poll that I put out on the YouTube side, these polls are all only on the YouTube side, says, have you watched all 3 parts to this surviving Darius Legion Cooks lunch machine story? 84% of you say yes, you have watched all 3 parts. 16% of you have not. That's out of the 89 of you who voted. Definitely check it out because I can't cover everything in every video. So some things we cover, I got to just move on to the next part of it. And so you get little pieces here or there, but you got to go to the original to get the details, because I'll get questions in the comments and sometimes in these videos in the chat. And I'm like, we talked about that. You got to go watch the other pieces. So with that, also any questions that you have as I go through things here, put them in the chat, put at Vell and then the question and then a question mark. And as I can, I will star them to hold them to the side, and I'll address as many as possible when we get towards the end of the show. But if you want to make sure that I see your question and answer it, send it with a super chat, and those will take priority over any other questions. Poll question I'm gonna put out is, I don't even know how to do it. Here we go. In the chat, put a 1 if you want me to tell the lunch machine story. Let's handle that. Let's get it out the way. Put a 2 in the chat if you would rather us talk about the present day stuff. We got Darius Crooks. He's back on his Slender's review tour. I don't know if anything's happened today. I've been in my own little hole putting this stuff together. And then there's some other stuff. Him cyberbullying. There's been, I got a bunch of stuff. The mental health fakery. I got some other receipts about that. All of that. See, this is why it's hard. It's hard for me to do the votes this way. Hold on, I'm gonna do it this way because I appreciate all y'all putting the 1s and 2s, but I can't tell what's happening. And then we got people putting 1 and 2. You ain't getting 1 and 2 today. It ain't happening. I'm sorry. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm real tired. Here we go. Should we complete the lunch machine story tonight? So basically, does that mean we should? This question means, should we prioritize the lunch machine story tonight? If you don't want us to, don't vote or hit no. Hit no. If you don't want us to prioritize it, if you want us to prioritize it, hit yes. That way I can kind of tell, because all these 1s and 2s and people voting 2 and 1. It's too much. Right. I see. Let me do the I'm handling the chat by myself, so things are moving a little slower. Right, we got 1 and 2, and somebody said do a poll. I was trying to figure out how to do the poll because I can't change the questions. It's either yes or no. But it look like we're the majority definitely is saying, let's get it done, Vell. Push through. Just get it done. Let's be done with it. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually go through the documents today, and I'm going to do. I haven't even pulled the damn video. Hold on. Well, wait. I don't have to do it now. And then we're gonna do the reaction or commentary to a few of the times that Darius Crooks has told his lie of what his version. I'll say his version. Well, it's a lie. His version of what happened with the lunch machine story. So, just a little retrospect for those who are newer to this. The lunch machine was a business, food truck business that Darius Crooks asked myself to be a part of, and there was another his best friend from high school. Darius Crooks asked me to be a part of the business. I decided I wanted to support him. This is back in basically 2010. I think the conversation happened in 2010. Yeah, because all the stuff we were doing in 2011. Yeah, so the conversation happened in 2010. The other business partner was Darius Crooks' best friend from high school. Long story short, went into the business venture together. My intentions was to be an angel investor. However, Darius Crooks bamboozled me into being more involved as we started going, because of the fact that once we purchased the truck, he then was like, oh, we have to have somebody to build out the truck to make it a food truck, because it was just as you see in this picture here, it was just like a bread truck, like a Hostess cupcake kind of truck, Hostess bread truck. So the inside was just empty and metal. So it had to be built out with a workstation, had to have a working sink according to the health and city regulations. And so I went through learning how to do all of that to get it done, because once I was in it and had money in it is when he then did a bait and switch, and then was like, well, it's going to cost, I think it was like 15, 20,000 for somebody to do it. And we ain't got the budget for that, blah, blah, blah. Like, you ain't know this before. So I think it was always the plan that he knew I had the skills to get it built out. So I did that. I prioritized that for a couple of weeks, although I had two other businesses that I was already running. That's why I had no interest in a third. That would make no sense. Why she tries to act like I begged her to be a part of. How's somebody got two businesses and they gonna beg somebody to create a third one with them? Get the hell out of here. It's lies. And I got proof of that too, but I ain't telling y'all all my business. I got documents that I owned multiple businesses during that time. Anyway, so I'm trying to think of how I want to go about this. I guess I'll just do this and get through the documents, because I have yet to like really go through the documents. So long story short, this is why I wish it was all one video, because some of y'all probably don't know the pieces that I talked about in the other video. I ain't gonna worry about that. Y'all watch the first part of the video. Watch the part one, because I talk about the nuances of how we got into the business, what I did with the truck, all those, getting it approved, all those things. So fast forward, we know we talked about when Darius Crooks decided that he wanted to pull out of the business because, in his words, we wanted to do a bunch of stuff he thought was unnecessary. Basically, we wanted a phone number for customers to be able to use, and some business cards. That's really the extent. We just wanted to build in to the business model how we were going to work with our customers, how we were going to make sure we ensured that the customers had a great experience. That's all. That is literally all. That's all we didn't try to critique his recipe ideas. We didn't try to say, hey, you got to hire this person to drive the truck, or it's got to run in the street from this time to this time. None of it. All we said was we wanted to do what we did great, which both of us were really great with client services, customer service. Wasn't going to work for Darius Crooks. So long story short, and we'll see again when we watch the reaction. So fast forward, Darius Crooks has not only, he eventually tries to pull himself out of the business. He quits the business after he had to spend all that what did I say, $1,500 to $1,700 on groceries. That's when we find out that he's like, I don't want to do it, after he had us go get the groceries. And so he then comes to us about a month later. I was looking at this earlier today. Realized that he then came back to us about a month later, and I'm going to first read the contract. I ain't reading this whole thing. It's 8 pages. I'm going to read the highlights of the contract. It's here. It's real. Saying off the top of my head like Darius Crooks. So partnership agreement says name and place of the business. The name of the partnership shall be called the Lunch Machine, Inc. Partnership herein also referred to as TLM. Says the principal place of business shall be 1319 through 1321 West Wilson. That is the address for, should be here, is it? These things so hard to see. Let me see. I thought it was already here. Maybe not. Oh no, because I showed it on the screen. Anyway, that is the was the location of the Cupcake Gallery, and what he later created was Uptown Pies again, so he could scam his Cupcake Gallery investors. So he had to pay them back because he claimed the money that was being made in that same location was from his other business and not the Cupcake Gallery. Although the Cupcake Gallery, which the investment money for the Cupcake Gallery is what got that location, he then moves another business in there and then tells them their money don't cross over. So anyway, it was at that address. It says additional copies of the Lunch Machine books and records will also remain at, and it's a separate address. That's where we ended up getting another kitchen location. This is after Darius Crooks stuck us with the groceries. We still had the truck. We had possession and ownership of the truck. So at that time, we were like, we needed a kitchen if we were going to continue to run the truck. So we ended up getting a space that was an old restaurant that was really cheap. And so our plan was to use that as a kitchen for the truck, because you got to have a kitchen space. And again, he's acting up. We can't get in the Cupcake Gallery anymore. He's did the FU grocery list to us, having us spend almost $1,700 or whatever on groceries that now we're stuck with. So says until changed by agreement of the partners, but the partnership may own property and transact business in any and all other places as may from time to time be agreed upon by the partners. So the purpose of the partnership shall be to, and it says the food, mobile food dispensary service and catering company. That was another reason why we wanted a phone number, y'all. That was another reason why we wanted a phone number and like a process for customer service, because it wasn't just going to be just going out, stopping at downtown and other places and pushing food off of soups and salads off of a truck. It was also the plan to move into catering as well. So with catering, you want to have people to be able to contact you. Not Darius Crooks, though. Y'all already see. To this day, he doesn't have a phone number. As big as he claims that his scampire is, he should have a phone number by now. Everybody is not only web-based, like internet-based. He doesn't have a way. It's only emails to him that he doesn't even answer. These are the things ahead of time that we didn't know he was that trifling back then. We did not. But we wanted to ensure that our people didn't have, you're right, Mistress Melts, the Instagram Live customer services. That's his idea of customer service, where he hops on his Instagram Live at some random ass time of the day or night, and then he'll say, oh, we're going to make this a customer service live. Oh, well, usually it's people start saying, I ain't got my order. Where's order number so? And then he'll go on his computer. He ain't done it in a long time, but go on his laptop and he start pulling up order numbers. Now, the problem with this, and then he'll say, see, y'all, it don't be a bunch of people in our lives talking about I have opportunities for y'all to tell me about y'all orders. If I randomly show up on your Instagram Live during a certain time and you notice my comment and you feel like answering versus snapping off and calling somebody, talking about somebody wig in their photo or how they look, and this the weekend. Don't you see? Do it look like I'm working right now? Like, they getting all them kind of answers. It depends on her mood. On top of that, everybody's not on Instagram. out of his followers. That ain't even his largest. The largest following that he has is on TikTok and Facebook. And everybody's not on every platform. She's so delusional, she don't even realize she's the only one who lives on the internet. So anyway, we got common sense. We regular folk, we real people, and we care about real people. So anyway, that's what she got mad at us about. She tells you herself when we watch our reaction video a little later. So the terms, the partner shall, oh God, y'all, I'm like reading all this. Jesus, do I need to read this part? Oh yeah, this part I do need to read. Pay attention to these details, because as we watch her go over it, she gonna skip over all this BS and create her narrative. So the terms, part A says the partnership shall commence as of the date of this agreement and shall continue until terminated as provided herein, with a minimum 1-year commitment to the operation of the lunch machine and its entities, unless dissolution is agreed to by unanimous vote of all partners. Now, pay attention. Y'all got to hold some of this in y'all memory. Now, I know some of y'all like to forget stuff real quick. Don't forget this. This part says that we were saying just a minimum of 1 year we needed to keep this business going so that we could recoup what we lost. She will tell the story that we wanted her to sign this agreement infinitely. We were trying to lock her into an infinite deal. She would have never been able to get out of it. She's such a effing liar. I'm trying to stop cursing y'all. Y'all had me cursing real bad last week. Shame on y'all. Come on, go on, Vell. Get him, Vell. Quit encouraging me to curse on YouTube. That don't work for the video monetization. Anyway. Oh, do I need to read this part? Jesus, y'all. Put it in the chat, push through, Vell, push through. I'm gonna have to see that every once in a while. I swear I feel like it. Okay, so it then talks about all the agreement of all sales transactions conducted on or through the Lunch Machine Inc. and its mobile food truck shall be considered revenue, profits by all parties involved, and / profits involved, and / profits by all involved in this agreement. Talks about any vendor negotiations, no rebranding or transfer of ownership of the lunch machine or its entities shall be performed without express written approval from all parties. Expressed and written approval. Keep that in mind too. Darius and his agent will actively cross-market Eat Better Cafe and the lunch machine social media presence, and this will be done infinitely. Now, this is the part that where Crooks says, we'll see it, y'all, because I'm going to play his line-ass video. You're going to see him talk about how he's laughing at the business that the other business partner and myself, G, created in order to have a place for this, in order to have a licensed kitchen, because you had to by the city of Chicago. He's laughing at it and act like, oh, he's stupid. They so stupid. They did it. And it was located on the blah, blah, blah. Girl, it was supposed to be a licensed kitchen. So, but he's laughing at it in that. What he doesn't mention is that here in the contract and also in the emails, I'm going to read a few of them, he wanted to be a part of it. But now it's a joke. When he re-rates the narrative some years later, a decade later, now it's a joke. Ha ha! Could you believe where they run it at? Blah, blah, blah. Never once did she mention she wanted to be a part of it. Capital accounts, this is number 4, says A, the partners shall make an investment of capital with the execution of this agreement as follows. So it talks about our partners and capital. Mine was the investment of the startup capital and time. Should have been all the other ish I did too, because as I read some of the emails earlier today, I was like, oh, I forgot all about that. Owe me money for that too. And then G, the same thing. And then Crooks, Darius Crooks, it has the same thing for him there. And it says, in addition to each partner's share of the profits and loss of the partnership as set forth in Section 5, each partner is entitled to an interest in the assets of the partnership. Again, I ain't reading every line of all 8 pages of this, but I'm trying to get y'all the highlights. Mainly the stuff she mentions that so y'all can see she's a flat out, well, y'all already know, pathological liar. Profits and loss. Until modified by mutual consent of all partners, the profit and losses of the partnership and all items of income, gain, loss, deduction, or credit shall be shared by the partners in the following proportions. Darius Williams would be 50%, myself 25%, and the other partner 25%. So we weren't trying to gouge her. We're trying to be fair. We didn't know who we was dealing with at the time. We still thought she was the normal friend, or somewhat normal friend that we thought we had for, well, me, it was close to a decade. The other guy was more than that. Books and records of account. Because remember, he said also our contract was garbage. We didn't have an attorney look at it. Yeah, you could see how we wrote this on crayon, like his Bali contract. Y'all seen that foolishness written on construction paper, like the construction paper your kids just did their Valentine's art on and cut their little hearts out. Somebody called that his contract, and they wrote in a Sharpie, contract. It's on the cover letter. But she calls this garbage. Okay. Just because you're on the bad don't make it garbage. Number 6, books and records of account. All banking, bookkeeping, and other financial transactions of the lunch machine shall be kept separate from any other entities. Pay attention to this, because you're going to see it in the email when I get to it. She commingled, y'all. Some of y'all like, what that's going to mean? She commingled. I'm sorry. Some of y'all going to be, what that mean? She mixed in this business with her other existing business. Y'all know she loved to scam somebody with a POS system, point of sale system. Y'all know she loved to do that. She tried to do it to Chantel, and Chantel was like, sweetie, I'm the scammer here. No, let me stop. You know she tried to do it with Chantel. She also did it with the Three Kings, because you know that went through when people bought those tickets that we got to see if y'all got refund. Remember, refund watch 2024. Let us know if y'all get them refunds or not for that Three Queens fiasco. But anyway, so she was commingling our business, a totally separate business, commingling, so she says, commingling the revenue through the same POS system. She was not supposed to be doing that. She knows, well, it says it here for one. She knows better, but she also says it here. There shall be a complete transparency in regards to the business transaction of the lunch machine to all partners. The partners' books and records shall be maintained by Darius Travoy Williams. We didn't know, y'all. We did not know. At the principal office, and each partner shall have access to the books and records at all reasonable times within 48 hours or less of the request. We were trying to be reasonable. Some of y'all like, y'all give him 3 days, 2 days to do. We were trying to be reasonable. Future projects, the partners recognize that future projects for the partnership depend upon many factors beyond present control, but the partners wish to set forth in writing to a mutually acknowledge their joint understanding, intentions, and expectations that the relationship among the partners will continue to flourish in future projects on similar terms and conditions as set forth by this agreement. Oh, we was living in pie in the sky. Lord, we didn't know we was dealing with Legion. But there shall be no legal obligations among the partners to do so and continue in such relationship in connection with future projects outside of what is defined in this document. Says expansion or this is B, that was part A, this is part B. Expansion or rebranding of the mobile food truck fleet is to be considered an extension of the lunch machine under the same terms herein. So we were saying we trying to get ahead of some of her tricks and stunts. Now, if another truck comes to be, or some other arm of the business comes to be, it is still a part of the lunch machine business. Because we saw what she did with Uptown Pies. I think we had just kind of got wind and was like, what's happening? What? She started a new business within the Cupcake Gallery? but then it's not a part of what those investors who helped her get the Cupcake Gallery are doing? Huh? So he's like, oh, let's say anything you do related to this business is a part of this business, because we saw that. We tried, y'all. We tried. We didn't know what we was dealing with. Partners and time commitments. It talks about the roles of each of us. Basically, we were silent partners. It says silent partners with no involvement in the daily operations of the lunch machine, whose sole duty as a partner is to provide documentation within official deadlines and reply to all forms of communication within 24 hours. That was for me and the other partner. Darius Crooks was responsible for the lunch machine, responsible for the daily operations, client service, marketing, branding, management of social media, risk management, employees, blah, blah, blah. Now, the thing was, we did that because we learned she doesn't work well with others. And on top of that, keep in mind, this put me in the position, this page here, this thing in a way, but this page here put me in the position that I wanted to be in from day one, that I had talked about from day one, which I agreed to on day one. Now I'm getting it, which is kind of telling you something. This is what I wanted in the beginning. Now it's here. I wish I had that first contract, because I think it was in the first contract too. Okay, so we need this one too. Number 9, transfer of partnership interest. Part A says, Jesus, y'all, you see how much that is? I don't feel like reading all that. Says restriction of transfer, none of, it's supposed to be none or none. None, I'm saying none. None of the partners shall sell, assign, transfer, mortgage, encumber, or otherwise dispose of the whole or part of the partner's interest in the partnership, and no purchaser or other transferee shall have any rights to the partnership as an assignee or otherwise within respect to all or any part of the partnership interest attempted to be sold, assigned, transfer, mortgage, income. Y'all see how we're trying to cover everything. Okay, moving on. Jesus. Then part B says transfer does not dissolve partnership. No transfer of any interest of in the partnership, whether or not permitted under this agreement, shall dissolve the partnership. No transfer except as permitted under subsection 9A above shall entitle the transferee during the continuance of the partnership to participate in management of the business affairs of the partnership, to require any information or account of the partnership transaction, again, or to inspect the books of the account of the partnership, but it shall merely entitle the transferee to receive the profits to which the assigning partner would otherwise be entitled to, and in case of dissolution of the partnership, to receive the interest of the assigning partner, and to require an account from the date only of the last account agreed to by the partners. But he say we didn't have no attorney involved in this. You see how she lied? Y'all think we wrote this? Do y'all think we wrote this? Number 10, death, incompetency, withdrawal, or bankruptcy. Neither death, incompetency, withdrawal, nor bankruptcy of any of the partners or of any successor in interest to any partner shall operate to dissolve this partnership. But this partnership shall continue as set forth in section 3, subject, however, to the following terms and conditions. So the withdrawal of a partner. In the event that a partner wants to withdraw, now this is key, pay attention to this. In the event that a partner wants to withdraw, he will be required to provide 30 days written notice to all partners. The remaining partners, regardless of their roles, will have the option of taking control of the role of the withdrawing partner, including responsibilities for the operations of the company and its entities. We covered, just in case Scamyance wanted to quit again. Now she talking about Jeremy and how Jeremy supposedly quit the Three Kings twice, she did the same. I told y'all, this is the original Three Kings right here. That's why I knew so well how that was going to turn out. Okay, now we're on page 7. Y'all know I'm skimming some of this. Now I ain't finna read no 8 pages to now. I don't care who be. Master, he lying. He ain't read every word on the 8-page document. Get the fuck out of here. He ain't reading out a NAN page because he ain't still got the contract. She's just making it up off her brain. Anyway, number 11, procedure on dissolution of partnership. We had a procedure. Did she follow the procedure is the question. We already know the answer. Except as provided in section 10B, -3 above, this partnership may be dissolved after a minimum of 1 year. Again, we wasn't locking her in for a lifetime, as she lies to say. Y'all will hear it. Only by a unanimous agreement of the partners. Upon dissolution, the partner shall proceed with reasonable promptness to liquidate the partnership business and assets and wind up its business by selling all of the partnership assets, paying all of the partnership liabilities, and distributing the balance, if any, to the partners in accordance with the capital accounts, as computed after reflecting all losses or gains from such liquidation in accordance with each partner's share of the net profits and losses as determined under section 5. Again, net profits. So we're trying to be fair. Here's the document. Can't show y'all too close, but it's signed. This thing. Here we go. There we go. It's signed. You can tell. 3 signatures. 3 signatures. I ain't got a lot of kicking. And I ain't got to rush out to get my side of things when proof and receipts last forever. All right, so we've gotten through that. Y'all know the story. Y'all know how she backed out. Y'all know she did all the fraudulent-ish she did. So then what I'm going to do is jump to the emails. I probably should have read the emails first, but it's a little wonky. 15 pages of emails. I'm not going to read all 15 pages or line by line of each one of these emails, but I'm going to give you the overall gist of this. Right, Shanice, the receipts shall live on. Okay, so this is on April 19th. Again, this is what you can do when you got receipts. You can give dates and times and who said what, when. Say no, I think I remember. Could y'all tell me? Oh, yeah, y'all was reminding me and telling me the story. How the hell Follow is going to tell you the story of what only 3 of us experienced? Fraudulent trick. All right, so on Tuesday, April 19th, 2011 at 6:44 a.m., 2 days after my birthday, Darius Williams, his email address back then was darius@everydaycooking.com. Because remember, I told y'all before, I knew him before he became Darius Cook's Legion. I knew Darius Williams, who had the Everyday Cooking platform. Darius Crooks says, hey guys, I've had some time to sit and think. Now, let me give you, because I'm jumping around a little bit, because remember the contract came after this, what I'm reading now. And it was the second contract came after this. I'm gonna have to play a commercial for y'all. I just got a message that I cannot ignore. Let me play a commercial and I'll be right back. I was trying to not glance down at my phone because I thought it'd be a distraction, but I needed to know what it was. Here we go.
What happened to this damn group?
Nobody's bigger than the group.
Y'all ain't stupid. I'm the one selling the records. They coming to see me.
They come in to see the Temptations.
Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis. You wish you could work it the way I do. Check it out. Dang. Look, remember? Nights like this, I wish raindrops would fall. Nights like this, I wish raindrops would.
You got knocked the fuck out, man! Give me my goddamn money. The payback's a motherfucker, ain't it? Nigga.
When I see food, when I see food. Damn, nigga, did you order that shit yet, man? Fuck, I'm hungry as a bitch. When I see food, when I see food.
Oh, come on! On your range!
Would not be just a nuffin', my head all full of stuffin', my heart all full of pain. I would dance and be merry, life would be a ding-a-dairy if I only had a brain.
Yeah, youngster. Yeah, get your ass up out of here.
Mom! Yeah, that's right. That's right. Call for your mama. I stayed off your ass out of respect for that woman. But if it wasn't for your mama, I would have broke your little ass down a long time ago. Jody? Little Jody? You know that see the look in your eyes.
You gonna cry now? Come on, cry, baby. Cry for me. Come on. Cry.
Deep in the recesses of my brain, a tiny red-hot little flame began to grow.
All right, I'm back. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. And I'm seeing here on Instagram, we have I Am Crystal is saying now Crooks ain't been live all day, and now all of a sudden he live laughing my ass off. Yes, that's what he does when I go live. And some of y'all catching this, some of y'all understanding what's happening around here. She has to distract the from the truth and the light, as we show them with receipts. All right, back to, so what I was giving was an overview of how we got here with the emails. Now, beforehand, and even with some of these, there were phone calls that were happening in between. So there's some like choppiness with the emails where it's kind of, and as I was reading, I'm like, okay, well, how we jump from that to that? And I was like, oh, that was a phone call. That's why that piece wasn't documented here in the email. So originally we had a contract when we first started. Then Darius Crooks, thank you, Saint Center, for the reminder. Push through Vell. Thank you. Then I keep getting messages, but anyway, first it was, we did the business, we did the contract. Then I'm building out the truck. We get it licensed. When it's time for it to hit the street, Darius Crooks pulled what he did with the three kings, where all of a sudden it ain't work how he wanted it to. Well, in the Three Kings thing, the ticket sales wasn't good, so he's now thinking about canceling. With us, the truth is, I really feel like he had way too much on his plate. He was starting the Uptown Pies, the Cupcake Gallery is already going, and he was running those other grifts that we weren't aware of. The Fresh Go, it was a local holla he had going on, and whatever else I ain't thinking of in the moment. So we had all that going on. And I think on top of that, the fact that we were the only business venture he had that had other people involved that he had to listen to, negotiate with to a degree, or compromise with. And she don't like doing none of that. Now, we didn't know that back then. Again, we had never been in business with her. We had never had that sort of relationship with Darius Crooks before. So that was all new to us. We didn't realize that that was going to be the end of everything. So again, we get the truck license, it's ready to hit the street. It's now everything that needed to be done to hand it over to her so that she could do the rest, which is what the agreement turned out to be with the first time. All of a sudden, she ain't doing nothing. And so G calls me, the other business partner, like, hey, why Darius ain't doing nothing with the truck? And I'm like, I don't really know. I didn't got back into my business. I'm catching up from lost time of the weeks that I spent trying to get all that stuff done. And now I'm, I had checked out. So he's like, well, I'm gonna call him and figure out what's going on. So he talks to Darius. I'm not a part of that conversation. The two of them have a conversation. He's like, what's going on? Why the truck? The truck is licensed. It's ready. We got money in it. It's just sitting. Darius Crooks says he's so busy. He got all this going on, this and that. I can't even get to the grocery store to get what it need to be gotten. So then G was saying, well, what can we do to help get this truck on the street? Would it help if we go get groceries? Yeah, I mean, you can go. Okay, so we can help you. We're here. We're business partners. Give us a grocery list, and then we'll go get what you need to get. And when do you want it to hit the road? Darius Crooks tells him when. I don't remember if it was what day of the week and all that stuff it was. I wish I had those receipts handy. I probably might run into them because the way I kept up with stuff. Because this here was when it was time to sue. So this is the I'm suing your ass folder. This ain't the business folder. This is I'm about to sue your ass folder. Different folder. So we end up going to go get the groceries. Now, Darius Crooks gave this long list. It's got food. It's got meats. It's got non-perishable canned goods, prepackaged soups. It's got the paper goods we need, the cups we need, the styrofoam containers, the containers, the plastic containers to hold the soup, all of that stuff. We get to his to the Cupcake Gallery Bakery, where the truck was licensed to be, where the kitchen that we were supposed to use was supposed to be, where we're supposed to deliver the food to him because he's cooking it all. And then he tells us, where you going with this stuff? Ain't gonna fit in here. I use that fridge for the cupcakes. That can't go in there. That's what he's giving us that energy. We're like, what are you talking about? You had us get the groceries. So then he acts like, what? Why would y'all go get them groceries and bring them here? Do it look like I can handle groceries here? And we're like, what? So fast forward, we're now stuck with the food. We end up taking it. Now, I do remember, as more I'm having to deal with this. It was late at night by that time. So it wasn't like we could turn around and take it all right back. Also, we wasn't 100% sure that it was chaotic. It was chaotic. We wasn't 100% sure, oh, this means you ain't doing it at all. What's happening? Because she's just acting like she don't have the space for it, even though she asked for it. It's crazy. So then now we're stuck with the food. We end up eventually getting a space. All this happens within a week or two, probably not even fully that. We find another space to use as a kitchen because now she's done what she's done. We get all that taken care of. And I noticed from the emails, it was basically a month later is when Darius Crooks came back to us trying to then buy the truck back from us. So this would have been right after he's wasted our time and had us go get groceries that he knew he wasn't going to never use to cook. Because mind you, Darius Crooks never took the vehicle out, ever. Okay, so this is Darius Crooks. This is April 19th, 6:04 a.m. He has sent the email to myself and the other business partner. It is titled, My Departure, ... Thank you so much for the super chat of Shanice's friend. Push through Vell. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. He says, hey guys, I've had some time to sit and think for a bit and a chance to process a few things. I'd like to discuss a plan of action for me leaving the lunch machine. Honestly, my heart isn't in the project, and I'm sure you've noticed that. Which means this wasn't just a flat out conversation. She started to act funny first. And we had to say, what the fuck is going on with her? What is happening? She got us getting groceries. Then we bring them. She acting like she don't know where they're going. Why we even bring them? How the audacity of us wanted to put it in the place, the kitchen that is licensed for the truck. What's happening? She's admitting here. I'm sure you've noticed that her heart isn't in the project. We noticed it when G had to call you a week or two later after the truck was licensed and wasn't nothing happening. What I wish is that G had said, Just give us our money. Give us our money back. We ain't doing no more. Crooks goes on to say, I don't want to hold you guys back from what can be a great and profitable project. Goes on to say, once you two have had a chance to discuss, let me know, and we can either meet in person or via telephone to work out the specifics. So this is her saying she wants out. She's gonna walk out. Her heart isn't in the business. She ain't say, you bitches trying to take over. You trying to get me, and I don't like it. Y'all make this uncomfortable. She said her heart wasn't in it, and we probably have been able to tell. Yes. Then this was okay. So this one, the next one is like almost a month later. So now we've had conversations. Yeah, and I don't know. Stuff has happened. So then we fast forward. So that was on what I say, April 19th. Then the next email picks up on May 12th. Because at a certain point, we realized we had to communicate with her only via email. You know, when you get, you know, it's bad when you like, oh, I can't even have a conversation with you because you just on some BS. You're gonna act like you forgot. And then the fact that it was like she would talk to G, then she would talk to me, she would talk to me, then she talked to G. And it was like she was trying to play us against each other in a way. And it was like by then we had started bonding because we had been through the trauma that she had put us both through. So we ended up communicating with her via email instead. So this is Darius Crooks again. This now on Thursday, May the 12th at 10:59 a.m. 2011. This is to myself and G. She says, I've had a chance to talk to you both individually, and I'm sure you two have chatted with each other with an exclamation point. Because she like, oh, y'all done became friends through me doing this to y'all. God dog it. I ain't playing this part out right. That's right. Thank you. Don't forget to like this video. They are free, and subscribe and share. Appreciate it. So I'm sure you've had you two have chatted with each other. She says, so let's figure this out. I'd like to assume full responsibility. Okay, so yeah, this is almost a month later, because at this point, when she say she done, as much as she tried to act like we just tried to take over the business, when she said she was done, we like, okay, we need a game plan. We got to find a commercial space. We found a commercial space. We now, we doing what we need to do, trying to, make the best of the situation. She ain't heard from us. And so then May 12th, she's come up with her new grift. So she says, I'd like to assume full responsibility for the lunch machine, which includes daily operations, marketing, branding, and managing and growing the social media presence. I propose I'm fully responsible for recipe development as well. In exchange, I will cross-market each Eat Better Cafe with the lunch machine's social media presence as well. So that means, again, it's been so long since that we've now established a new business to be the kitchen for the lunch machine, all of that. And she sees us moving on without her. And so now she wants back in. Says, so in exchange, we'll cross-market the Eat Better Cafe. Why are you cross-marketing something that you now tell in your story times that was, oh, they was so stupid. They gonna guess where they was trying to start this business. Oh my God, they so stupid. Da, da, da. But here she want to cross market. How quickly we forget. How quickly we forget. May 12th to 2011 at 10:59 a.m. You wanted to cross market this stupid business. Oh, okay. Says, blah, 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 blah. Okay. And then she goes on to say, we all put money into the lunch machine, and I don't know how you guys feel about that. At first, I was in a situation where you guys owed me because I walked away. At first, I was in a situation where you guys owed me because I walked away. So we had the upper hand. Now, if we allowed this new plan to happen, I'd be in agreement where I owed you. I think it's a fair exchange. I think it's a fair exchange would be what I would bring to the table in regards to the social media presence, branding, and recipes. Let me know what you think if it is a go. I'm thinking I need to have the truck on the street by Monday the 23rd. She got her grift all planned out. She want to now have it on the street within basically 11 days. And on top of that, how stupid she think we is. She think that she could just give us, what'd she say? What'd she say here? Some stupid shit. Talking about some, look at y'all, got me cursing. Talking about some, what'd she say? A fair exchange would be her bringing to the table social media presence, branding, and recipes. You stupid bitch. We like, what is wrong with her? You owe us thousands of dollars, and you think you're going to replace thousands of dollars with social media presence and branding and them old diabetic inducing recipes you've been making since you was 19 years old. They suck now, and they sucked back then. She was making collard greens and chicken on a stick way back then. She thought that was going to be enough. Anyway, okay, so Jesus. Somebody put it in there. Push through, Vell. Push through. Oh, y'all just don't know. I don't care. Oh my God, I so don't care. But I got to, because people asking questions and she keep lying. What they say? A lie will take the escalator and the truth will take the steps. Oh, this truth been taking the steps for 3 years. Just slowly. Like, I'll take a step at a time. Who cares? All right. So then, so now keep in mind, there are conversations happening. There's some phone calls here or there. This here. Oh, this is for me. This is me responding. Actually, on the same day, isn't it? So now I've talked to G. Yes, same day. So Darius Crooks sent his email on Thursday, May 12th, 2011 at 10:59 a.m. Want to know how I know? Because I got the receipts, stuff she ain't got. Then I responded Thursday, same day at 4:16 p.m. This was to Darius Crooks. Of course, we copied G in on this. And of course, G and I had already talked. We talked this through, and so then I put it out in writing. G was like, you want to write it or you want me to write it? And I think G was at work, and I was like, forget it. I think I ain't gonna tell you what I was doing back then. Only Patreon get to know all my careers. So, okay, this is me. I said, okay, now I'm entirely clear on the proposal. We have already established a holding company for Eat Better Cafe and our other prospective ventures, and we are very comfortable with what we have established. So we are prepared to negotiate new terms as it pertains to the future of the lunch machine. However, we prefer to have the holdings of Eat Better Cafe not be a part of this negotiation in any form. Why the hell would we have to tell him in an email that we don't want him, we don't want to negotiate our new business that he now recreates the narrative and said is so stupid? Why would we have to tell, why would I, it was both of us, I just wrote it. Why would we have to tell him, oh girl, no, you can't have no parts of this Eat Better Cafe that you ain't like? Oh, I can't wait for y'all to get to the part. That's why it's so important I go through these emails, because when y'all start hearing her version of the story, y'all gonna be like, she is a fucking pathological liar. Push through, Vell. You got this. Thank you, Chocolate. I appreciate you, friend. Ridiculous. Okay, so then I say our proposal, and then I got 1 through 3 for our proposal. Part 1. First proposal is we give you complete control over the lunch machine under the terms you described in your original email today, to include daily operations, marketing, branding, and managing and growing the social media presence, plus full responsibility for the recipe development. Then I put G and Vell would be silent investors in the lunch machine, sharing in a percentage of the profits of the lunch machine, in part due to the original capital investments of both. So basically I'm saying the reason, because I'm justifying why we would be silent partners in this situation where she gets to run day to day. She basically is managing the business because it's due to the fact that we are the reasons the business exists because of our capital investments and time that we have put in to get it licensed. The fact that the truck exists is because of us. We helped purchase it, you know, that sort of thing. So that's what that's saying. Yeah, both say original capital investments of both, and said investment of time to get it to its current level of readiness and other expenses currently being incurred to maintain it legally. What I had forgot, y'all, until I read these emails a little earlier, I was paying insurance for this truck, the auto insurance. It had been registered. I was paying for that. Oh, and the repair I told y'all about over the week. Some of y'all, if y'all missed the weekend episode, we did a Q&A. Told y'all I also had forgot that it was G and I got the truck repaired because it was smoking. It was smoke coming out the exhaust. Dark smoke, like the kind that like all the cars behind you like, what the hell? That. So it was a lot of money. Like I said, it wasn't just the original $4,000. It was a lot of other money that went in on top of the time. And I lost a couple weeks of time trying to get it ready. Then the BS with this too. This time it costs time to put emails together and negotiate with a demon. Never make a deal with the devil. I didn't know it. I didn't know it was the devil. I know it was Legion I was working with. It says exact percentages of profit sharing can be renegotiated from the original terms, which lets you know that we already had a contract and we had different percentage shares with the original contract. It wasn't 50% Crooks and 25-25. It was whatever it was. I don't remember now. I think it was equal though. I think it was three. I think it was thirds. The former partnership agreement between the three. Oh, wait, let me just reread that. Exact percentages of the profit sharing can be negotiated from the original terms of the former partnership agreement between the three of us to reflect your larger role in the duties and operations. Does it look like we're unfair? Does it look like we gonna get her? We gonna get her? No, all along the line, we're trying to be fair. We're like, okay, because this is we're renegotiating. Let's even back off of what the percentage used to be because it was equal. Now we're saying, well, we're gonna give you more because you're technically gonna be now doing more work. Says number in part 3 for option 1 was provide you with separate compensation for cross-marketing of Eat Better Cafe and the Lunch Machine social media presence, which would include the use of new recipes and new developments. The merging of the two entities via social media and branding in certain respects would be instead treated as a joint venture, and you would be compensated for your as a consultant for those related services and recipes, either fee-based or through profit sharing as a silent partner. But remember, this is a business she said was so stupid. But we're negotiating that she would be a consultant for its social media and recipes. And even, I don't know what the hell we was thinking when we offered possible profit sharing as a silent partner. I don't know what the hell we was thinking. It wasn't gonna be more than probably 5% or something like that, but still, shouldn't even offer her nothing. Hindsight is 2020 though. Again, I still ain't seen what we these evil business partners who's trying to get at her. Then option number 2. This is again points out another lie from her. A complete lump sum payout to buy out G and Vell's interest, ownership interest in the lunch machine, which would include just compensation of capital and time invested by both. Because we was like, you ain't finna just give us a couple thousand for, the truck and call it a day. No, we put in a lot of time. Okay, that's good. Okay, so long story short, we there's conversations had. Let me see, that was same day. Oh, hold on. Same day, right? Yeah, on the same day. So my email went through at 4:16 p.m. on May 12th of 2011. Crooks' email went through on, Crooks. He responded at 5:42 p.m. So she really ready. Thank you so much, Shanice. Push through, Vell. Remember evergreen content. Yes, you're right, Fran. Appreciate that reminder. So he like, oh yeah, I'm ready. I got him on the hook. All the while, because we like, this was a friend, and we had she acting up on us, and before this, we just didn't know. We was walking into the slaughter, didn't even know. So she responds back right away, says, I agree with this. She says, federal law states that you no longer have to have physical signatures for email agreements. If you simply reply, I agree, that takes place of a physical signature. Can we please do it that way, because I need to handle a lot of business prior to leaving tomorrow for Memphis. You see how she tried to get us? The girl, that ain't no complete contract there. We was just discussing broad terms. And now she like, can we just say I agree? I agree to what? We ain't done. This ain't detailed. Because she was going to try to get us with this. She was going to try to get us with that. And I think back then somebody's saying federal law. You can do electronic signatures. I don't know what I don't know what griff she was on back then. Because the first electronic signatures, they weren't always acceptable. But anyway, okay, so that was that part. It's other stuff, but I think this is no, I think that's still mine. Okay, I'm gonna read this part though. Y'all, Jesus. Oh, so much. So it says this was on June. Let me see. So that was on May 12th. Then June, make sure I ain't jumping out of order. No, that's in order. June 8th of 2011 at 4:15 p.m. Oh, no, let me jump up. It wasn't far behind though. Okay, so on June 8th of 2011, Darius Crooks replies, because we told him no to the oh no, we not this contract ain't, these emails ain't the contract, and I don't care what you got to do, we'll handle it when you come back, or whatever we told him. But we wasn't about to just type I agree. We like, what? But we slow. Okay. So we ended up having her sign the actual contract, which I literally just read. Y'all saw it, wherever it's buried on all these goddamn papers. This is what it looks like. Well, this is part of what it looks. Y'all can't see it that well, but that's how my stack looks down here. So it looks like I'm fumbling a little bit. That's why. So G then on June, so stuff happened between then and June 8th. And then Darius Crooks sent an email at 4:21 p.m. saying, I will agree to a third party. Oh, because we're still negotiating. You see how far this is from her May date. She want the truck out by May something. But anyway, Crooks is saying, I will agree to a third party, but no one who we know. You can continue to do your due diligence, and I will approve any accounting service that we have no personal connections to. So this was us saying, you can't just handle the finances blindly. We need a third party who is going to reconcile the accounts, et cetera, to make sure that you don't get us. Because we started knowing what was going on. But we kind of in it, and we're trying to hopefully at least be able to get out and break even, at least. So then G responds to that. Oh, no, this was G's original. I don't know why they out of order like this. So G originally says, right before Darius Crooks responds, that response I just read, he says, per our partnership agreement under time and salary, the first disbursement will begin on Friday, July the 1st of 2011. And this will be handled by a third-party accountant agreed to by all parties. I elect Johnson's Capital to act as the third party responsible for such tasks. Now, this is a person who's who we knew, all of us knew, who actually has a financial services business, says if Darius requires extra time to gather financial documents to prepare for this, then I propose that we move the payment to the 15th of each month so preparation can begin on the last day of the month. Please share your thoughts. And that's where Crooks then replies, I will agree to a third party, but no one that we know, because he knew that person as well. You can continue to do your due diligence, and I will approve an accounting service that we have no personal connections to. No, that was a lie. We didn't get that. That never happened, y'all. That never happened. Not that we didn't look or G wasn't looking, but her approving and actually following through with any of that never happened. Then same day, that was at 4:21 p.m. that Crooks responded that about the third party accounting service. Then at 6:25, I don't know if I'm skipping an email in between there, but 6:25, Darius Crooks sends another email to us saying not a problem. I don't know, y'all. I told y'all. Trying to push through. He says, not a problem. FYI, I just finished the accounting for May 2. The lunch machine ended with a loss of $1,403.12. Surprise, surprise. What? You mean it's at a loss? You mean we don't get no money? Oh, I'm so surprised. Are y'all surprised? Are y'all put a 1 in the chat if you're surprised that we didn't get no money with this first disbursement. Put a 2 if you ain't surprised. You like, I knew that lying trick was gonna do that. Crooks then goes on to say in this email, this negative balance will need to be carried over to June and will affect totals. So then on top of that, we got to carry it into the next month. As well, you should expect the payroll expense will increase because I need to expense a portion of Jared's salary to the lunch machine. Natalie's salary is already accounted for. Natalie was one of his employees at the Cupcake Gallery. Jared, I couldn't tell you who he was. I don't know who the hell Jared was. I think we even at that time was like, who is Jared? So he said a portion of Jared's salary. So I'm assuming Jared also worked for the Cupcake Gallery. Guarantee you all their salary came out the lunch machine. After what we learned how Darius Crooks finagled everything. All their salaries came out. Thank you so much, Michelle Phillips, for the super chat. Keep up the good work, Vell. I appreciate you, Michelle. Did I miss somebody else? Seems like somebody else came through. So he says Jared's salary to the lunch machine. Natalie's salary is already accounted for. Now, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Does that mean it's already coming out of the Cupcake Gallery, or you already was taking it out of the lunch machine? Says my salary has not been accounted for, and you will see the expense hit in June. So he's saying I ain't gave myself my salary yet. He says, please note, I am paying myself a CEO salary of $75,000. The employer tax, I told you, $75,000 for a business that just started weeks ago. Also, he can't give himself a salary without our vote. Didn't mean nothing to him. Please note, I am paying myself a CEO salary of $75,000. The employer tax expense is $263.94 on a biweekly basis. Since payroll is always considered expense, please expect this to hit the books and be accounted for before profit gains can be computed. I've attached a copy of May 2011 expenses listing and May 2011 revenue statements for your records. Now, I vaguely remember when we saw this, we like, you just have numbers here. Where are the receipts? Where is the documentation that proves that these expenses actually happen? Because all we see is numbers. I can create a spreadsheet right. I can create a spreadsheet right now and say anything I want to say. It don't mean it happened. That's what she did to us. One last thing to note. This is Darius Crooks going on. One last thing to note. The way the credit card processing works is kind of weird. They process payments normally, but the monthly fee isn't incurred per transaction. It's done retroactively. It's usually done at the end of the month with a large debit to the bank account. I didn't list that for May because I don't have it. I could accrue it, but it's not that serious. So I'll add it. So I'll add any retro items to the current month statements in a separate category on the income statement. I'll add the total and provide a section where I'll itemize for our records. Now, what I remember is that had he not taken so much of a huge salary, for one, again, he wasn't supposed to be taking a salary without our permission. But even if he had taken a reasonable salary, we would have got something out of it. He made sure that his salary not only wiped out our ability to get anything, but also put the business in the negative for that month because of his salary. So that was at, what did I just read? Was this it right here? Yes. This was on June 8th, 2011 at 6:25 p.m. On the next day, yes, June 9th, 2011 at 8:57 a.m. Darius Crooks. I feel like stuff might have happened in between. Let me see. Oh, okay. Yeah. Here's, oh, yeah, Lord Jesus, y'all. It's so much. This is me responding on the 8th, the same day that Darius sent this, talking about we ain't got no money. Darius sent his at 6:25 p.m. I responded at 8:34 p.m. And I said, hi, Darius. I've gotten up to speed on the emails between Calvin and yourself today. So obviously it's stuff all that I don't have. I will also assist in research. Oh, okay. I will also assist in a search for a CPA to assist in our financial matters concerning the lunch machine. Additionally, I take no issue with you being justly compensated for your work. That's why we agreed to giving you additional percentage of the partnership so that it represented your role as a partner and CEO. This is indicated in the partnership agreement on page 4, item 8, and defined under the partners and time commitments section. Seeing as no objection or discussion was raised by you regarding receiving compensation twice, both as an employee and a partner in the terms outlined in this section of our agreement, we should be Jesus, my eyes getting lost, and I think I might have typed. I think it was a typo, but we should be sticking to these terms. This would also reward you as an employee and partner directly in relation to how well the company does financially versus putting in additional expense on the books without regards for the company's profitability. So that was the issue. I'm like, had you not taken that big ass salary, the company wouldn't be at a negative this month. I feel like this got cut off. I don't know what the other part of it is, but it went on to say, also, just as a reminder that we need the statements from the merchant and the bank accounts and online viewing access to accompany the spreadsheets that you have attached. Remember, I told y'all, she sent us the spreadsheets, no other documentation. So part of our agreement, this is helping to come back to me. Part of our agreement was we would still have access to the bank account and the merchant accounts to actually see them. She never gave us the online access. We never got username and password so we could see it. And I go on to say, since it may be too soon for the hard copies from the bank. So basically I'm saying in this email, give us the access that we're supposed to have, since you may not have the hard copies. They might not have been mailed. That's when people used to get Well, some of y'all probably still get y'all bank statements mailed to your house. Don't do that. Somebody steal your mail and they got y'all all your business. Do it online, paperless. Anyway, then Darius Crooks responds the next morning. So that was June 8th. That was Wednesday, June 8th at 2011 at 8:34 p.m. from me to Darius Crooks and then copying G. Darius Crooks responds the next morning at 8:57 a.m. He says, just as a reply, you should go back and read over the agreement again. There are quite a few loopholes in the agreement. Unfortunately, they aren't in you and Calvin's favor. So Darius Crooks goes on to say, I unfortunately don't actually have bank statements because the merchant account for the lunch machine and the cupcake gallery hit the same account. How is the merchant account for the lunch machine that we all own hitting the same account as the cupcake gallery that only you own? They shouldn't be commingled. He says, as well, the cash has been deposited into these accounts as well. Why is the lunch machine and the cupcake gallery sharing a bank account? This is why I've gone through extra accounting measures to itemize expense and revenue lines for your review with no documentation to prove it. The hard copies of expense receipts and daily revenue reports are here at the Cupcake Gallery if you need further review. They're all yours to look at. Y'all know good and well she wasn't giving us no access to that. Now, y'all don't even ask me that. Vell, did y'all try to go see? We knew she was on some bull. This then is from G. This is that on that Thursday, the same day that Darius just sent that email. G responds at 7:56 p.m. Yeah, because Crooks wrote that at 8:57 a.m. I can tell me and G had been talking all day. Oh, and G was livid. Oh, G was very livid. I was very disappointed in Darius at the time. I was more disappointed than like angry. Like, why is he doing this? Is so unnecessary. Like, what's wrong with him? G was like, I hate her. I hate her. He hate her. He hates you, Crooks, because y'all came up together. He hates you. Okay, so this is from G to Crooks, and of course I'm copied on it. This is at on Thursday the 9th at 7:56 p.m. G says, Darius, your request to take a $75,000 salary for acting in the role of CEO per the partnership agreement shall not be enacted. The partnership agreement states, and then he copied and pasted the line about the profit and loss. Number 5, profit and loss, until modified by mutual consent of all partners, and then he gives that whole section. I just read it to y'all. I ain't finna read that ish again because I'm over this. I'm so over this. It's exhausting. Okay, so that was, what date was that? See, this did jump around. I mixed up an email. Because this was on June 9th. And then this one's May 12th, but I don't need to read that. Let me see. Yeah, because that was us just kind of solidifying some of the final parts that went into the contract. Then we have, so that was June 9th, right? June 9th at 7:56 p.m. G was like, girl, if you don't stop it. Darius Crooks then responds on that Friday, June 10th, 2011 at 7:41 a.m. Darius Crooks says, please note, because of the nature of our friendship and time and money you both initially contributed, I agreed to seeing sure that some compensatory return would come your way. Just so I can take a break from this shit is exhausting, but just so I can take a break from it, let's do a quick little poll question. Now he's saying, please note, because of the nature of our friendship and the time and money you both initially contributed, I agreed to seeing sure that some compensatory return would come your way. do you think that we got any of our money back? Do you think that we got any money back? The money that we put in the truck, the money we put into the repairs, the money we put into the food, the time that we both took away from our jobs and other responsibilities. Do you think he even said, you business, I'm gonna just throw you $100 because you ain't worth nothing? Do you think we even got $100 or $50 or 20 or 10 or 5 or 1, 25 cents, 5 cents, 10 cents, a penny? Do you think we got any of it? Anyway, she continues to gaslight in this section. She says, please note, because of the nature of our friendship and the time and money that you both initially contributed, I agreed to seeing sure that some compensatory return would come your way. Just to note a few facts, be aware that I allowed Calvin, now that y'all pay attention to some of this here, because y'all gonna catch this live when we watch the react. How far are we into? Okay, we doing okay. She says, please, just to note a few facts, be aware that I allow G to remain listed as the president of the lunch machine on a state level. However, I am the only registered agent on a federal level. She was changing documents behind our back without our permission, approval, or knowledge. She goes on, the next bullet she has here is the bank accounts. Both merchant and cash have been instituted in my name only. We had started a lunch machine bank account. We all started the bank account. Why was that account closed? Why was that account closed? And then she tells us here, now this is when we found it out. Because remember, in the other email I read to y'all, we were saying, hey, we need access. We need the username and password. Now we realize why our other stuff wasn't working. She says, and this was the second bullet, the bank accounts for both merchant and cash have been instituted in my name only. Now, Darius Crooks, in her version of the story, as you guys will see, because we're going to get to that part in the video we watch of her lying, she's going to say that she owned the truck outright. We didn't have nothing to do with the truck. In certain versions of her story, she went to get the truck on her own. That didn't happen. We all went because it was all our trucks. But the truck belonged to the business when it was all said and done. It just belonged to the business. She says here, the vehicle has been re-registered to me as well. Re-registered to me as well. How would it be re-registered to you if it was already registered to you? If it was only in your name because you were the only owner and you're the only one who went to go get it, how would it be re-registered to you? So somehow she finagled that too, because it was in my name. She says, I also hold valid proof of purchase that proves that the vehicle belongs to me. So that's probably how she did it with the type. So again, remember, I told y'all the story when we went to go get the truck and it was time to sign the bill of sale. And I did not want to put my name on it because I just did not trust her. She had a bankruptcy back then. She had been evicted from at least 2 to 3 apartments that I knew of back then. I did not want to be on anything that she would be responsible for. I knew she had cars repossessed. So I was like, she gonna get a bunch of tickets. This thing gonna get impounded. Next thing you know, I'm gonna have some debt with the city of Chicago. So I did not want to sign the bill of sale. In hindsight, it should have been in a bit like all that. I get all that. It's like the Risa Tisa Legion story where she said, oh, I know I made some mistakes. Oh, I know I made some mistakes for sure. But again, this shows that she's lying. That's the main thing. We showing she lying. That's the key. She goes on to say, both G and I are listed on the business license for the lunch machine. I hold a lease agreement that shows I have exclusive permission to use the equipment that was placed on the truck. Now, she likes to broadly say that the equipment on the truck was all owned by her landlord, et cetera, et cetera. Not 100% true. We put, I think, a fridge on there. It was two pieces of two appliances. I cannot remember off the top of my head, but it was a fridge and something else. I don't know what the hell it would have been, but it was something else. However, I purchased a mobile sink and all the parts that went through it. We needed a reservoir to go underneath to capture the dirty water, the gray water. All of that, I took care of that. That was still on the truck. That didn't belong to the owner of his restaurant. Then she says, she goes on to say, I love the concept of the lunch machine and would very well love to see it kept as is. However, if you have issues with the setup that we all agreed to, although some of it having no legal repute at all, she's so full of it, then we can discuss other options to disseminate and liquidate the lunch machine, Inc., and move forward. Do you think the liquidation ever happened? Reflecting on the tenure of our friendships. Now, keep in mind, I'm supposed to be some jealous ex that she hadn't seen in 17 years, she said, or whatever. Here she's saying, reflecting on our tenure of our friendship. Remember, she said some semblance of a friendship. Oh, Vell, he was around, but he was like, it wasn't like we was friends. It wasn't like he was always around or nothing. Now she's reflecting on the tenure of our friendships. I'd love to see us come to a mutual yet fair conclusion. Initially, I offered what I thought was fair, an opportunity to repay the two of you for the monetary contributions. And I was even willing to repay up to $1,000 more than your time contributions. Lies. She wanted to pay us for the truck, the piece of the truck, and ignore all the time and effort and other expenses we put into it. After you two discussed it amongst yourselves, you felt it wasn't fair enough, because it wasn't. I understand the principles of negotiating and business, and if you don't feel that we can come to a mutual and fair agreement, I'd like to quote Calvin, business is business and friendship is friendship. I hope you understand that. Then 10 days later, on Monday, June 20th at 3:04 p.m., G said, hey guys, here's the mediation info. We've all agreed to this. Skim over it and get back to me. So we, I'll say G reached out to get an attorney for mediation. The attorney's information is down here. I'm looking at their email address. Do you think we ever had mediation? Because, we're out to get them. We're out to get them. Let him tell it. And we're stupid. We even tried to have an attorney mediate it. Before we got to the other attorney I told y'all about, my attorney that was like, we gonna write him a letter. There's a whole separate attorney down here. Then on July 5th, you see how long and drawn out this is? Keep in mind, this business situation was proposed to me, I want to say the fall of 2010 rather. The fall of 2010. Like October, November, something like that, I guess. We're all the way in July of 2011, and we're still dealing with this BS. And ain't made not nan dime from it. Not nan dime. When will June, this is from G to, Darius, and I'm copied on it. Tuesday, July 5th, 2011 says, when will June's numbers be sent out? Also, is there a problem with the food truck group email? Because he had also shut down Calvin's email account. Where's the mediation? Where's the coming up with mutually agreed upon dissolving of the company? This, I think, is the last one. Is this the last one? Wait, this one came before that one. How did it get out of order though? Okay, after G did the mediation email, this was okay, but what date was that? G did the mediation email on June 20th. Crooks then responded on June 30th at 8:34 a.m. 2011, saying, "Good morning. So that you know, today will be the last day of operations for the lunch machine." Now, mind you, we ain't got not nan dime. We ain't getting no paperwork. We ain't getting nothing. This girl just running rec shop and doing whatever the hell she wants. Says, "Today is the last day of the second quarter. Since I am listed as the president on the federal and state levels, I'll close out the accounts effective June 30th, 2011, and we'll have this reflected on the 11/20s. After I finish the June financials, I'll forward a copy of the revenue statements to you for your records." Now, do y'all think we ever got any of these tax documents, which would be legally required? Because this was our business. Do you think we got any of this to file? All this stuff she claims she's doing? I think there's a matter of the auto insurance. This is what reminded me of this today, because I forgot all about this. I think there's a matter of the auto insurance. This is listed in your names. You should have that canceled. If we didn't have anything to do with the truck, she owned the truck before us, the truck was only registered to her, we were just leeches, latching on, trying to get over. Why is she saying in her email, I think there's a matter of the auto insurance. This is listed in your names, and you should have that canceled. So also, because keep in mind, she's taking advantage of us in the situation. She's been driving the truck for a couple months while we pay the insurance, while it's in our names. And then when you're done and you're ready to dismiss us completely, now you're like, cancel the insurance, I'm done. She goes on to say, I think that takes care of dissolving the business venture. Nowhere near. I think we can officially dissolve it today, though, as I'm exposing your ass. I'm sorry, I still got to do the reels and the clips to put on all the other platforms. So says, I think that takes care of dissolving this business venture. If I've left anything out, please let me know. Look forward to an official statement to the public to be posted on the website and on social media sites in the coming hours. So she's just closing the business. No mediation, no nothing. She's just closing the business. I wish you two the best. If you have any questions, please let me know. You see how she on some bullshit? Y'all quit making me curse. That was on, what did I say? That was June 30th. Then on July 10th of 2011 at 1:37 p.m., I think this is the last email, says, sorry for the delay in getting back to you guys. I've been swamped. So obviously we sent something else. Might have been me cursing her out, so I probably didn't keep it in the legal folder, the I'm suing your ass folder. That's probably in the other folder. You wide walrus built bitch. You scamming hoe. Y'all know how I can get. Says Darius Crooks on July 10th, 2011 at 1:37 p.m. says, sorry for the delay in getting back to you guys. I've been swamped. I'm not going to have a long drawn out reply. You should know that I'm completely done with the lunch machine. I will forward final financial information and the total losses sometime this week. Do y'all think we ever got that? I plan on keeping the truck as it is. Besides, it's registered to me. Then she admit that she took it out my name and re-registered to herself. Now she's trying to present it like, oh no, it was already mine anyway. Girl, you stole it. You stole it from the business and from us. Nothing on the truck belongs to either of you. not counting the sink I bought, all the labor. The labor belongs to me. Nothing on the truck belongs to either of you or me for that matter. She just be lying. As I'm leasing those items as part of my commercial lease for the storefront, they belong to the buildings. They belong to the owners of my building. Well, she walked out on them too. So I wonder if I know they didn't get them appliances. When she sold that truck from up under us, I'm sure she sold that landlord's stuff as well. This was her listing for the truck. I'll read that as we'll read that after we wrap this up. She posted it on Craigslist and sold the truck. I guarantee you she sold it with them appliances on there. Says, Vell, you provide me with proof of payment for the insurance. I'll reimburse you. Girl, you was driving it. Now I got to provide her with proof that I paid the insurance. Vell, if you received any parking, because I remember this too. I did receive these parking tickets for downtown. I don't go downtown. I don't park downtown. So I was on her about those tickets. And then she claims that it wasn't her. She did the same thing though. Remember the Verbo story when we had the Verbo owner and all the issues with that. She does that thing. Even what's her name? Nadia, who is the Spunky Brewster TikToker who did the story about Darius Crooks scamming her. She became his assistant because she was one of his followers. She became his assistant. He had her rent Airbnbs in her name. He destroyed them. And when the owners came after her for $10,000 of damage, and she was telling him, and he's like, tell them they got to show me proof. That's one of his methods. He tries to get out of it by trying to distract you, like, well, go get me proof. And then by the time you turn around trying to go get your proof that you got, she gone when you turn. Like, where'd she go? Where'd she go? She wanted me to bring her the proof. She ain't even him. Now that I got the proof. She wanted those. So this bitch, I'm just reading it. I'm so glad this is the last email. Then we just move on. Woo, Jesus. So anyway, she says, Vell, if you provide me with proof of the payment for insurance, I'll reimburse you. Girl, you won't even pay me the money you owe me from scamming me in this business. How you gonna pay me a few $100s for a parking ticket? She says, Vell, if you received any parking tickets, it's not because of me. The tickets that I incurred were handled, and I have proof of payment for those. Yeah, she got the proof of payment for the tickets she incurred after she re-registered the truck. The tickets I'm referring to are prior to her re-registering the truck in her name. The ones when it was registered in my name. She is such a pathological liar. She is the devil. Says, she said, then this is how she's just insults. She just adds flame to it. You should contact the city of Chicago directly to handle those tickets. And she gives the fucking phone number, as if I'm not resourceful enough to know how to contact the city of Chicago about a parking ticket. She gives the phone number. 312-744. Well, I'm sorry, she really didn't. 312-744-PARK. She's so right, Mistress Melts, full of it. This is why you got to watch how you treat people, though, and how karma works. She did all this and she did all this to us. Never in a million years did she imagine soft-spoken Vell who just kind of take it easy. He ain't really confrontational. Never in a million years did she expect him, by the time he get to the second part of his life, that he would be this one. She would have never expected me to be doing what I'm doing, ever. Surprise, surprise. Anyway, lastly, I don't feel as though I'm in breach of any legally binding agreement. However, if you feel that I am, I'd advise you to consider legal recourse. Bitch, you ain't got to tell us to sue you. We know. I stand firm on my decision, and I'm willing to have my actions defended properly in the court of law, if necessary. Bitch, you ran. You didn't stay still long enough. You ran off to New York. New York City. I wish you both well in your future endeavors. Bye, bitch. All right. This is my future endeavor. You wishing me well? You must be, because this shit going real well. All right. So, look how many people watching your grift. So, then, you know, fast forward, I told y'all, I talked to my attorney. She sent, do I have that letter where I could read it at least? We read it the other day, but I read, some of y'all didn't see that one. Hold on. Let me pull up what I need to pull up. Here it is. So I talked to my attorney. I said, okay, this is the deal. This is what she's doing, blah, blah, blah. And they read over the contract. Again, wasn't the attorney who helped us draft the contract. This is a separate, not even the one who was going to mediate. I forgot all about them. Not the one who was going to mediate. There's a whole nother attorney. All these people have read the contract. All these attorneys have read the contract. But Darius Crooks, who has been ever no attorney, claimed that she sees all the legal loopholes in this. Wouldn't you think these attorneys who spent years in law school and taking the bar, wouldn't you think they'd be like, oh, no, he was right. Here's your loophole here. Oh, unfortunately, he got you here. Oh, he got you there. Wouldn't you think that? She ain't got nan proof that the contract was as loosey-goosey as she claims today that it was. However, I got proof from attorneys that it wasn't. Anyway, this, I can't read it up there. From the attorney says, Dear Mr. Williams, please be advised that, and it's, that's me. Hold on, it's too small. It's too far over and too small. Please be advised that Vell B has contacted this office in regards to certain terms of the partnership agreement that you are breaching. Mr. Vell tells us that you are unilaterally decided to be paid a salary according to the agreement, paragraphs 8. Now, I ain't told her what to write. She wrote this after she read it. According to the agreement, paragraph 8, there are certain thresholds for profit and savings that must be met prior to a decision regarding salary. In addition, the decision for salary must be by unanimous agreement. None of those thresholds or unanimous agreement provisions have been met. According to the time commitment provision of the agreement, you are responsible for daily operations. Your authority does not extend to unilateral financial decisions. Therefore, should you pursue a salary without express unanimous decision of all involved, you will be breaching the agreement. That's from the attorney, y'all. That ain't me. That ain't me in some email saying it. I did say it in the email. But that ain't just me in the email saying it. Then lastly, we can move on. Breaching. Okay, so this was where I just basically itemized for the attorney all of what Darius Crooks was doing. And this was like in the midst of it. So we were trying to mitigate. We were trying to like slow her down. But that Tasmanian devil had just gone. She was gone. She was in full satanic mode. I don't even know what this file number for. Oh, maybe it's from my attorney's office. Maybe I'm like, I don't know what this file number is for. So I got regarding breaching of the contract. So I'm laying it out for the attorney. Regarding breaching of the contract for the lunch machine, Darius Williams breached the binding partnership agreement with. Oops. Breached the. I'm gonna have to cut this out. Breached the agreement with Vell B and G in the following ways. Darius T. Williams dissolved the lunch machine without the majority vote. See the email dated July 5th of 2011. Darius Cooks, hold on. He ain't Darius Cooks. Darius Williams never submitted official financial documents for the lunch machine to the partners during the time he operated or after he illegally dissolved the company. So again, we never got it. And it's in writing. This ain't what I just wrote for y'all. This is what I wrote for the attorney back in 2011. I'm just reading the notes I had. Darius, without knowledge or approval of the partners, made changes to corporate filings with the Illinois Secretary of State by removing Vell B as a member. He took me off as a member, although we had a new contract where I was still a member. Darius commingled financial transactions from the lunch machine with his existing business, which was also a breach of page 3, section 6 of the partnership agreement. He stated in the email dated 6/9/2011 at 8:57 a.m. So we read that. Number 6, Darius did not return any property or documents associated with the lunch machine as requested via email on July 5th, 2011 at 8:06 p.m. after it was stated that the remaining partners did not agree to dissolve the company. So that's what some of them like loose emails on, like some of the stuff I didn't read. Number 7, Darius started the Uptown Pie machine, conducting the same kind of business as the mobile food truck, which breaches the non-compete clauses in the partnership agreement. So at that time, we knew he had started the Uptown Pie machine, the lunch machine, and then he got the Uptown Pie machine. So he took our truck and started using it for the Uptown Pies, but also for the cupcake garland, he was calling it the sugar whip. Also, he was delivering, well, this I'm going to have to say, I'm making an assumption that he must have been delivering the Fresh Go groceries, because a couple people got some groceries. He must have been delivering that out of that truck too. That was why she really wanted it. Number 8, the final one. Darius rebranded the mobile food truck purchased by the partners for the purpose of the lunch machine and is currently running the truck as the Uptown Pie machine, also a breach of the partnership agreement. Oh, yeah. So it's a non-compete because he's competing with the old business, but he also is in breach of the partnership agreement. I'm done. So it's so hard to do the comments. But let's see. He does not play nicely with others. No, he has admitted that he does not play nice with others. He has admitted it. Right. Shaking my head, Darius. His scam goes way back. I've been telling y'all that though. I think it may have taken me to do this and the other episodes, because this is episode 3. I think it took me to do this, to go ahead and say, hey, there y'all go. Some people think, right, Lydia, I love that. Case closed. Next case. I think it took me for me to do this. Case closed. For y'all to see what I've been talking about. For y'all to see how I can predict her moves. Because the truth is, her grift is the same. It ain't changed. She's done this shit time and time again. She did it to us. She did it to Danny Rose. Luckily for Corey and Jeremy, they didn't get that far where they had financial investment because now she got a little money. So she was able to put up the money first, but trust she was going to screw them in the end. Oh, she was going to screw them in the end. Same game, different players. Love this. Love y'all comments. I don't have to lie. I have receipts. There you go. Thank God for attorneys. Right. Thank God for attorneys. Oh, because some people might say, well, Vell, you got all that. I'm sorry. Vell, you got all that, but you ain't sued because you ain't had no case. Our master so smart. He know the law. He was smarter than your attorneys. No, that's not what happened. Lydia saying we should have sued. Lydia, now I know I done seen you. Friend, I'm about to send you to the corner. I know I done seen you in the other chats, in the other videos where I explained why we didn't sue. Yes, we had all this. Yes, we didn't talk to, at that point, 4 attorneys had been involved in this process, and they all said you're good. We didn't sue because that last attorney that we had the consultation with, and I told y'all we went to lunch, had a consultation with the guy. It was about an Oprah studio. I remember it very well. Very, very well. We was over about an Oprah studio. Is it Ladia? Is it Ladia or Lydia? We were over by the Oprah studios and had lunch with the guy. And we had already sent him all this via fax, because that was back in the day. Maybe we might have emailed him though. We sent him all the documents. He had time to look over, and then we met with him. And he explained to us, he said, you definitely have a case, without a doubt, with everything you said he's done, et cetera, et cetera. He said, however, because of the fact that he, at that point, we had just recently, like within, I don't know, weeks or whatever, had become aware of that he was scamming other people as well. So now we're like, oh, wow, this is thank you so much, SKS9912, for the super sticker, super chat. Thanks for pushing through. I appreciate you, friend. So he told us, he was like, you have a case, but here's the problem. You're saying he got all this other stuff going on. We found out the Cupcake Gallery was a scam, the investor scam. I did not know that prior to. Those people even called us after that meeting with the attorney. They were looking for him. It was like 20 or 30 of them had banded together, and they were looking for it. They were on a hunt for Crooks. But we had learned that he had some other scams out there that were starting to come to light. We knew, because again, he lived in G's building. G was his landlord. We knew he ain't had a lot of money. We knew he was scamming. We knew he was broke. We knew he had filed bankruptcy before. She was also missing at that point. I think it was when she first took off to New York. So we're like, also, we didn't know exactly where she was. It was just a whole lot. He was like, you can pursue it, but even when you win, because of who you're describing, you're going to have a hard time getting that money. You may never see it. Most likely you will never see it. And so we decided to, and it would cost us $3,000 more on top of everything I just told you, $3,000 more just to retain him. Not guaranteed that that's going to be all the money we're going to have to put in. And it was just like, at that point, it wasn't worth it. And I appreciate him to this day. I appreciate him for for breaking it down for us. And so that's why we did not sue. We did not sue. Right. Thank you so much, Courtney Long. Wait, I didn't go on the screen. Courtney Longville, you don't have to explain. Some things aren't worth the headache. That's where we were at that point. Keep in mind, we are effing exhausted, emotionally and physically exhausted by the time we have compiled all of this. This is life. This ain't just documents. These emails were hours of time and energy and all of that behind that. We were over it. And on top of that, realizing who we thought we knew was not, either he was never who we thought he was, or he had changed so much that it was like, what the hell is this? We were done. We were just like, let her be. She's causing so much chaos and hurting so many people, because by then we're finding out we ain't the only ones after her, is what we learned. And we're like, oh, somebody going to get her. This is not going to be the end. I would have never, well, no, I didn't really think it would be at this level, but I did feel like it was going to get her. Like it was going to come back and get her, because she was just too bold and reckless with hurting people, as she is today. It's worked in her favor, but I believe God is going to allow her to go as high as possible, so her fall is great, because she is just ridiculous. Ridiculous. Speaking of how ridiculous she is, oh no, let's get to the reaction part, because I really don't want to talk about this no more. I don't want to have no more videos on this. Now, if she act a fool, I will, but for the most part, I want to just move on from this, and then we can talk about the other stuff starting tomorrow. Okay, so We're going to do the reaction. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Let's see. This is it. Oh, it's got too many videos. I'm like, what the hell? While I do this, having a brain freeze. Darius Crooks and his future home. And let me, I guess I can get rid of this one while y'all watch. And that's courtesy of We Can All Do Better, a YouTuber. Well, he has Facebook and YouTube. They have this clip. There's copyrighted music attached to it. Feeling Hot, Hot, Hot is the song underneath that. I am not playing copyright music over here. Gonna take my monetization. But that's Darius Crooks in his new home, or his future home. I just thought it was hilarious. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, now I can pull it. Here it is.
And the more they talk.
Okay, so I'm gonna just start this, and we're gonna. Jesus, already 2 hours. How does time be flying? I'm gonna just let most of it play, and then I'll do some commentary. But I'm gonna get us past the parts that I've already played before. But some of y'all ain't seen it, so I'm just play it from the beginning. And I'm gonna read the super chat real quick, and then if you have any questions, you can put them in the chat, and I will try to get to them. I'm gonna get to some. I ain't reading all of them, but I'm gonna get to some of them. But if they're super chats, I will definitely read them. Free lefties on me if you ever come back to SDL. Thank you so much. Is it Chumbama? Thank you so much. I'm bad with names. Forgive me. Okay, so we're going to play that, and then I'll give some commentary here or there. But you're going to, so just preference it. You're going to hear Darius Crooks giving now, well, for one, it's the ex-boyfriend lie. Now, you've seen him in his emails to me saying, or us, saying that we were friends and he valued our friendship, et cetera, et cetera. Not that I was some ex, some jealous ex. It's like, how we go from documented proof to this version you're about to give that we were not this X situation that you're talking about. And then he's going to move into the lunch machine story. So let's ride with it.
I love it. The more they, oh, please. I'm made for this. My name is not Jeremy. I am made for this. You understand me? Oh, please keep talking. Please, I beg of you. Don't stop. Oh, don't stop. Please keep going. Please, I love it. I love it. Please keep talking. Speaking of wearing it out, where's Lavelle? Huh? Where's my ex from 20 years ago?
You see? Where's my ex from 20 years ago? Was this what I read from 20 years ago? Did this have anything to do with when we dated 8 years before this? You see how she's recreating the narrative and has been since I started talking in 2021.
Wide hip Lavelle.
And I'm letting her slide with that comment because I got plenty old pictures and I drag her all the time. So I'm going to let her slide with that one.
With them baby, where he at? Huh? Y'all should have got me started with this drinks. No. Where is Lavelle? Huh? Oh, I always knew that he was Darius Crooks. Now, if you really want me to tell you the tea, I'll tell you the tea. The reason, let me get this cabbage on first. Hold on 1 second. Y'all know I ain't got no good sense. Okay, look at me now. Exactly. Okay. But a year ago, you wasn't saying that. I know you pissed off. Lavelle. Oh. And ask me, do I? When I left y'all yesterday, the last time we were on here, I posted a video. So if you missed, I don't know how you missed it because the views are insane and the messages and the emails are insane. Okay, you guys are absolutely awesome. So thank you for the support. I do appreciate it. So Where do we even start? Okay. Vell, who I haven't seen in over 15 years, has been relentless on spreading lies about me. He's done numerous videos demeaning me, demeaning my character, which I'm okay with. However, he has realized that since he can't get to me, he has now attacked Jerome. For the past few weeks, he's been cyberbullying Jerome and spreading lies, speaking negatively about his appearance. He's never met Jerome. So are the stories true? Are they false? I don't know, because I don't know what stories there are. You have to realize, I have never watched one video of his. I hate his voice. My ex Vell, who I haven't. So let's just get the big elephant in the room is Jerome. So let's just hit that on the head, right? The last video that you saw, which was yesterday, I posted a video saying that I had broken up with Jerome because of really the attacks that are on him now, because he's associated with me. So you have people who hate, we know this, right? People who hate me, right? They just don't like me. The ball has bounced from accusation to accusation. So at first I was I didn't pay my employees, then I was scamming people, then I was doxing, then I was sexually abusing women, then I was, sexually abusing black. The ball has bounced so many times.
So I talked about this the other day, where I say she loves to twist the narrative. So when she's saying the ball is bouncing, like, well, 1 minute you saying I'm not paying my employees, next time you talking about I'm scamming, then they saying this, oh, the ball just bouncing. Girl, the ball is bouncing on each one of your scams. It is hitting the target on each one of your scams. All of that stuff is true. It's not an either or. It's all of the above. The only thing that's not true, and it comes from people not understanding the situation and taking a bit of what they heard and running with it and like playing telephone, is the him assaulting women. Of course, he's not assaulting women. He's disgusted by women parts. He does not like women. He's not attracted to women. He has said that. He wouldn't know what to do with a woman. He has said that himself. So that is not where that comes from. It's a combination of two things where that narrative got attached to him, and then people ran with it and made it an essay situation. One is he did attack his former employee at, I forgot which restaurant. It might have been Greens and Gravy. I can't remember which restaurant. But he attacked one of the workers who had been there for a month. She hadn't received any pay in that whole month. She got fed up. She came up there and she was demanding her money. He came in. She demanded her paycheck from him, and he grabbed her, forced her against the wall, pinned her up against the wall. And his flying, well, I ain't gonna say that, D-hivers had to pry him off of the girl in the restaurant. He had attacked the worker. Police got called. Police, the restaurant was around the corner from the police station. So obviously he had some level of a relationship with them. Y'all know restaurants and stores and police, they go hand in hand. They get a little favoritism here or there. So they did not arrest him. However, the police officer escorted him off of the property and walked him to the police station. Nothing happened. No police report was filed. Don't mean he didn't do nothing, but he's a slippery snake. He has a way of getting out of stuff. Not forever. But he got out of that situation. So that's part of it, where people talk about him assaulting women. But then some people took it because there's another part of it that Darius Crooks has tweeted online and posted online multiple times, where he is promoting predators against women. Namely, Bill Cosby. He had a post about, I'm going to say Bill Cosby touched me too, making a joke out of it. Then there was, he said stuff about R. Kelly in promotion of R. Kelly and not the victims. Also, there was a post he had where he was out driving or whatever, and he saw a lady jogging. I think it was a lady jogging, and he says, "This is why y'all get R-worded." out here jogging at this time of night. As if women deserve to get R-worded if they are outside at night getting exercise or doing anything else that they deserve to be able to do like any other human. Those two things got mixed together and people turned it into Darius Crooks essay. Well, I think he twisted it. Honestly, I think he twisted it. It was Greens and Gravy. Thank you, Precious. Precious says the attack on the worker was at Greens and Gravy. So it's those combination of things where people says he attacks women, but somebody mixed it up, or he then said they talking about some R-worded women. Y'all know I'm gay, you know, all that. No, that's not what it was about. It was about those situations I just told you about.
That is just what it is. So these people, they don't like me, and really you can't get to me. You feel me? Like, they tried to get to Quentin and Ramon, who are actually right here, by the way. So I'm not saying anything that they don't hear. There's Quentin, there's Ramon, okay?
Both of which who are no longer with him. Hashtag never forget.
We're in Pittsburgh for Dining with Darius Cooks tomorrow and Sunday. And then next week we'll be in Memphis. Memphis, right? Next week? Nashville? Yeah. Memphis next week. We was in New York last week. What up, everybody? So because they can't get to me at all, they're now trying to attack people who are like close to me and close around me. So obviously Jerome is up on the list. So what happened was his personal information had got posted, his address, where he works, all that information is out. And you know, everybody ain't built for this public life. I can handle it. You feel me? I ain't got nothing to hide. All right. The unfortunate thing, like I said, was that it's my ex, who I haven't seen in probably about 15 years. Now I'm gonna tell you why he upset.
Y'all see how the number keeps changing? Is 2011 from 2024? Is that even 15 years yet? And remember when all this was going down, when he's telling, well, this might have happened in 2021. This clip here, that ain't been 15 years. But you see how she moves the timeline. She makes it, first it was 20 years because she's talking about when we actually stopped dating. Then she skips over that we was friends for almost a decade after that. You see how she moves it so it can just sound ridiculous? Like it just came out the blue.
Draw in your leaning ear. If I was you, it's about to be good, child. If you at work, put your headphones on. If you got an office, close your door. All right. If you watching the stories, put it on pause. Okay. So many people are like, what is his deal? Why is Lavelle, he goes by randomness of Vell.
Adrena Ward. I think we got a flying monkey up in here. Any other news regarding other subjects? You are beginning to look obsessed, continuing to talk about Crooks. This crook. Last time I checked, the people who are watching are the ones who are interested and want me to cover this. If you're not interested, there are literally millions of YouTube channels and other social media platforms that you could be looking at. So the problem ain't with me, it's with you.
On YouTube. Now, I've not seen one YouTube video. You won't get a click or like or view from me. God damn it. Okay, I've seen nothing. But I heard snippets because there was some commentary about this lady named Dr. Blue on Instagram. I mean, on Facebook. And she, Dr. Blue gave lots of commentary, right? So anyway, well, his job is fine. We've secured that. His job is fine. He ain't got no issues at work. So if you watching and you trying to tear him down at work, it's not gonna work, okay? Find some other angle. Come after me. I'm sitting right here, all right? So here's what happened. So Lavelle and I dated, I was 19. I'm 40 now, okay? About to be 41. Let's tell you how long this go back. But we dated 19 to 21, all right? That's 20 years ago, child. Let me say that one more time. We dated from the time I was 19 until I was 21. That is 20.
What does that have to do with the fact that we were friends until he was 29? Like, y'all see how she's very selective in how she tells this story? Never mind the fact that we were friends. until she was 29.
Years ago. I just want to paint the picture for you. All right. I know sometimes y'all don't hear all the details and whatnot. I just want to paint the picture with very broad strokes so that you understand the context. Okay. So we broke up, separate ways, whatever the case may be. We maintained some semblance of a friendship after we had broken up. It was strictly platonic. Trust me when I tell you. Okay. And so, I've always been entrepreneurial, and I was working on this concept.
Imagine someone with 3 inches of sadness acting like it was platonic by their choice. That's what's hilarious. Y'all see how she twists the narrative? 3 inches of sadness acting like they had a choice in something being platonic.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can I ask one small question, favor? I know you cut the music down a little bit. Can you touch maybe just a touch more? Is that possible?
You guys to a place further.
No, it's not that. We're perfectly fine right here. I just don't want to get my live stream cut off. That's all.
I hear you, but we can move you further from the speaker.
No.
The atmosphere is for everybody.
Okay, yes, ma'am. That's fine. We'll leave it where it is. Thank you. All I can do is ask, right? If they cut my live off or they mute the live, I'm sorry, y'all. Okay, I know it's almost 4,000 of y'all watching, so my apologies. Okay. Anyway, so I asked twice, child, but they told me no both times. What can you do? Okay, I asked twice. Quit laughing. And what can you do? I actually cut the music down. She said, well, she cut it down a little bit, but she was like, the atmosphere. Ain't nobody in here buzzing. Look, I'm gonna cut the camera around. Atmosphere. Who you see? Huh? You see? He don't care about no atmosphere. He don't care about no atmosphere.
But I care about my goddamn food.
I care about it too, but where you see? They in the back cooking the food. Where you see atmosphere? That's all right. Where you see atmosphere? Ain't nobody in here. What you mean atmosphere? When they come in, and then you cut it up, okay? That's what we do down there with Darius Cooks. You think we blasting the music before anybody get there? No, the music is quiet. When people get there, we gradually increase the music. But anyway, it is what it is. Back to Lavelle. So what happened, I know you can hear me just fine, but it's the background music that I'm concerned about, okay? Thank you. They said, give us the number they're going to call. Don't you call these people.
So you see the bullying behavior of the D-hivers. They like, give us the number. We going to call them and harass them until they turn the music down for you. That's how they operate.
That better not be y'all calling the people. I'm gonna go to the club. That better not be y'all calling. We're gonna walk up out of here. That better not be y'all calling the people.
But he wanted to be. You see how he's getting such a laugh out of it? Because he's trained them to do that. Harass people who don't give him his way. It's a cult.
Do not call him. Hold on. Okay. All right. It's not y'all calling. Do not call these people. Do not call these people. Okay. So here's what happened. So I've always been entrepreneurial, and I had a.
Thank you for this, Mistress Melts. If Vell was lying, he could have sent a cease and desist long ago. If I was lying, why hasn't he tried to sue me for defamation? Why hasn't 3 inches of sadness tried to sue me for defamation? Is it because I have even more that I've never shared that I would end up having to share in the court of law, having it televised for all to see? Is that why? She will tell the way she spent that narrative was, I can't sue them for defamation because you got to be able to prove that you had a loss, which is true. That part is true. So she claims that because we've been making her rich, more rich, that she can't sue us because she hasn't lost anything. Well, the way I look at it, the fact that you're dining with Darius Crooks, tours weren't selling the way they used to, this 3 Queens fiasco, showing that you don't have the same power you used to have. Wouldn't that now be reason to be able to say, hey, I'm not able to I have now had to run back to my slanderous food reviews with a tripod and a motion detector camera. Wouldn't that be enough to be able to say, hey, they're affecting my livelihood now. They're affecting my brand. She ain't gonna do it though. She ain't gonna do it. She knows how much we have on her. Oh, does she? Well, she knows as much as she's done. She knows what she's done. She don't know everything we got, but she knows what she's done.
Cupcake shop called the Cupcake Gallery, 1319 West Wilson. This was years ago. I also started a couple of food trucks, right? I had one called the Sugar Whip, and I had one called the Lunch Machine. So when I got ready to do the Lunch Machine, one of my friends was a very close friend, but we're not friends anymore. His name was Calvin. And Lavelle approached because they wanted to get in on it, right?
See that part of the lie? Lavelle ain't approached shit. Lavelle ain't never asked to be a part of the Lunch Machine. Lavelle was approached, but you see how she recreates the narrative.
They was like, put us on, we're friends, help us out.
I told y'all I had 2 businesses running at the time. Why would I ask her for that? Beg her the way she's putting it.
And I remember the time when I remember the conversation when Calvin asked. He was like, "Oh, please." Child, they're gonna cut my laugh off. Let me go outside and tell this story, okay? Or the contract. Girl, that contract is.
So now she's actually telling the Lunch Machine story, her version of it.
That contract is as loose as a hook on skid rope. That thing. What contract? Okay, what contract? What do you mean contract? There was no contract, child. Okay. There are better business practices than putting people on Front Street. It's cowardly. Ooh, y'all be arguing. Ooh, y'all get to arguing in these comments. Ooh, what y'all be arguing about? Lord have mercy, Jesus. What do y'all be arguing about in these comments? Okay, it don't even make no sense. Y'all just be arguing. Oh, she talking mess. Since you can't talk mess, I can't really protect you. You start talking mess now. I want we like a nice friendly atmosphere around here. You can't be out here cutting up like that. Sis, these people. Ooh, she said you did say you had time. I said, oh Lord Jesus. Oh Lord. So, let me tell you why my ex is so mad at me. And I say ex, but let me see. The last time I talked to this man would have been.
Y'all see how I'm always referred to as the ex. Got all this paperwork here. Well, I was a friend, but now I'm the ex.
And let me see, this 2011 right now. So the last time I probably would have talked to him, I don't even remember, would have probably been about, it was over 10 years ago. Okay? Right. Folks ask about orders on live. He say, email me. Y'all get upset. If he handled it right away, y'all get upset. Exactly. Thank you, Kim. It must have been about, let's see, maybe 13 years ago. It could have been 12 or 13 years ago. I just can't remember the last time I was saying it.
I've explained this yesterday for those who were listening to this part, but when I record Darius Crooks, I'm usually doing other things because I can't bear to just sit and watch her lie with her Taco Tuesday flabby chest meat. But anyway, so with the background noise you hear is me working. This was when I first started covering this. I didn't know that my system records whatever I'm doing as well in the background. So bear with it. It's not the whole time. It's just a little bit, but that's what that was. I was multitasking, but it'll go away after a minute.
What we would have discussed, because it was such a long time ago. But the dating part happened, because sometimes you get on the phone on the dates. I know I was 19 when we started dating. Okay, that much I know. And we dated for approximately 2 years. So that would have been from 19 until I turned 21 is when we would have dated. So that was 17 years ago. 17 years ago. I don't even know who I was.
Y'all see the part of the story he concentrating on? The part that has literally nothing to do with anything is the part he's concentrating on. Ignoring the friendship and the business deal. The dating part didn't lead to that.
Years ago, let alone 17. She may have time, but she ain't got no pan, beloved. Come on, Crystal. Look at Crystal. Crystal say she may have time, but she ain't got no pan, beloved, with a heart on it. So we would have dated, oh my gosh, 17? Y'all was 19 when we started dating. Well, that's legal. 19 is legal. I've always been a little bit beyond my years. You know what I mean? When we started dating. So we dated, and then we ended up breaking up. Those relationships are, yeah, if you dated somebody that long ago, does that matter? Is that part of the history? I guess it kind of is, right? Because you have to look at yourself and be like, who was I? What was I doing? And what I was doing 20 years ago is so much different from who I am today. You know, like, it's a part of you, but it'd be like, oh my God, like, you know, I don't even remember how old the man is, to be honest with you. He was older than me. He was definitely older than me. But I don't even know how old he is. Yes, it was that long ago, child. That long, and he bumping his gums. So,
you see how, and they, Master, I can't believe it was that long ago. You haven't talked to him in 17 years, and he's blapping his gums. Like, he got them buying it. Because they don't do no research on their own. None. Whatever she say, they go with. Even if it makes 0 sense. Dumb hags.
Let me tell y'all what happened. Now, I told this story on Periscope once or twice, but I think it's an appropriate time to talk about it on Instagram because I feel like this shit is just so fucking hilarious to me. So it was actually stuff that happened that I actually forgot about. So it was people that had to basically like tell me what happened, and because I'm not giving you a view, I'm not giving you a like, I'm not giving you nothing. You understand me? I'm not giving you a view. I know how this shit go, and you're not going to show up in my algorithms, and if you do, I am blocking. You are blocked. So a lot of stuff I forgot though. I forgot so much of the data.
He forgot so much, but I got this detailed email exchanges.
Y'all had to remind me because I'm like, I forgot about this and I forgot about that. So it wasn't the best relationship. It wasn't like we weren't fighting. It wasn't tumultuous, but it wasn't like roses, you know. The relationship was actually kind of just like, as relationships go, or in the, looking over the history of relationships, it's like, it wasn't really like the best, feel good romance. Plus, I don't even remember who I was when I was 17. When I was 19, I'm sorry, I was 19. So anyway, we broke up and we remained cool, like, not like best friends, you know what I mean? But we was cool, we'd hang out here and there. And I remember, because, it's also foggy to me, but.
You see how she, well, it's all kind of foggy to me, but we're supposed to take your word for what happened then?
I remember.
And on top of that, you saying, see, some of y'all had to remind me what happened. None of them were there, though.
What did he have? Okay, so when I first started doing YouTube videos, so this was like, oh my gosh, when I first started, my first video, I don't even know how old the videos are on YouTube, but when I first started, like probably 14, 15 years ago, it was a long time ago, he used to do the recording. He would, like, on the camera, he would record the videos, right? And so then I would edit them and whatnot, and we put them out. So that was like such a long time ago. And I had a group of friends that I was cool with. You know, I was hanging out with and doing stuff with.
She's jumping all around this story. We went from 20 years ago when we dated to all of a sudden I'm filming. We barely know each other, barely hang out. So all of a sudden I'm his videographer for his YouTube channel that still exists today, to now the friend group breaking apart. What? Girl, you need some bullet points. You need notes.
And he slowly became, yes, that long ago, child, yes. And he slowly became a part of this sort of like friendship circle, right? He became a part. And eventually, this is what I believe, this is my recollection of it all. Eventually,
this is what I believe, this is my recollection of it all, which tells you is all lies. She's laying the groundwork. Oh, I'm about to lie to you.
I was kind of pushed out of the group, and he was then now like a part of this group. It was like 5 or 6 of us, right? And not a big deal. I think that for me was probably, you know, and I said this before, I said this a lot, that I feel like a lot of times this is a lonely existence. You know, I say that, you know, jokingly, but there is some truth to this, right? Because if you're going to be great at anything in life, a lot of times you gotta do it on your own. Or a lot of times the people, they can't necessarily like come with you, or people can't, you know, come around, or whatever the case may be. So I feel like that was like my first lesson in soaring, right? And how to soar and how to fly high. And that stuff don't really feel good. You know what I'm saying? Like, it don't really feel good because you be like, I want all of us to go. Let's all go together. But, you know, listen, the evangelist Badu said you got to pack light. Okay? You got to pack light. So that was like my first lesson in like dropping dead weight, which was, he ain't his ghost account. Of course, we know that, child. We know this already. We are aware. Apostle Paul was called and very single, so you're right. Right? So we were doing, no. So this is what I was doing. So I was doing I'm at a cupcake shop in Chicago. And I had bought my first cupcake truck. And I was, you know, driving around doing cupcakes. You guys have heard people mention that on here. They'd be like, oh, I've been following you, Sister Cupcakes. You've heard that before. So I had this other idea. Yeah, I'm on private, but all the people who are hating against me, they're screen recording right now. So this story will be on Twitter shortly.
Another way of him twisting the narrative and, you know, getting empathy from his flying monkeys is the people that hate me, these hate groups, they hate me. They want to see me unalived. He said that. None of us have said that. None of us have said, get him, kill him. None of us have said that. But he creates the narrative so they be, why are they so acting like that? They devilish. They hate the group that hates you. Not the groups that exposing you for the truth of who you really are. And the hate you caused. It's called karma.
It is not already on Twitter right now. Okay. So I bought another truck because I was like, okay, I'm gonna do this other concept. And the concept was called the lunch machine, right? So I was like, you know, I could do soups and salads and like lemonades and desserts or whatever the case might be. I could do all that, and I could do that off the food truck, because people, you know, there's no such thing as a food truck where you could just go and like, you know, order whatever you want, order 8 things for a salad, we make your salad. And I had like, you know, I had all these like different dressings, creamy dressings, French dressings, balsamic vinaigrettes, all this stuff, right? And so I was on the truck doing good.
That's a whole, Flat out lie, but he'll straighten up his lie in a minute. I think he kind of straightened it. He didn't have a truck prior to the lunch machine truck. The lunch machine truck, the one I just went through all that with telling y'all about, is the only truck that Darius Crooks has ever owned in Chicago. Well, owned with us. Let me be careful my word. See, he said it, Master. You own that truck. They ain't own nothing. They liars. He said you owned it. But that was the only truck. He never had any food trucks. All this, he was out before, and we saw him prospering and wanted in on it, and he got a second truck with. That's a lie. That is a lie. Never happened. Where's your proof? Show us. And if y'all talk about he did. I knew Master when he was in Chicago. He had a pink and white box truck. It's the one I showed you that was painted pink and white. Idiot.
And oh no, you know what? Back up. Maybe I didn't start it yet. I was thinking about doing it.
Now he done went through this whole, and I was making soups and salad. And remember the salad dressings I used to make and blah, 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 blah. Wait, wait a minute. No, maybe I didn't start it. Well, how you done went to this memory of how it went and what you sold on the truck when it didn't happen? What happened was when you stole the truck, as the Veep over here know now, when you stole the truck from us and rebranded it, that's when you did what you're talking about. Because there was no other truck.
That's what I was thinking about doing. And so I had two other friends.
Oh, now she's saying she was thinking about doing it. She went through a whole dream of how it happened and then saying, oh, no, I didn't have. Oh, I was thinking about doing it. What? But they all buying it. Oh, they eating it up.
The ex was one, and there was another ex-best friend of mine. So it was the three of us. And yeah, it was good. It was good. It was three of us. And we were going to, I guess do this, she said screen record this. We were going to do it all together. It was my spot, my bakery. The other truck was going, we were rocking and rolling, whatever. So we had to put money up because we were going to go buy the truck. Okay? That's what we had to do. We had to go buy the truck. Just reported to the BBB. Okay, sis, I'm sorry you had to do that. And I'm sorry I got to block you because now you're getting unruly. Now, you could stay in here if you wasn't unruly, but now you're cutting up. So I had to block her. I'm sorry. How's she going to report to the BBB when she put the wrong address in? I don't know you're going to stand, child. Anyway, so it was time to put the money up, right? So, and y'all, I do not remember the specifics, right? I remember generalizations, not necessarily the whole thing. So, let's say the truck costs $10,000, right? Let's say the truck costs $10,000 to start.
It did not. It was like $6,000. Did not cost $10,000. She can't even remember that.
I put up like 6 of the 10. My ex would have put up like 25, and the other guy put up the balance.
She's making up all those numbers.
Right. So, I took the money and I went and bought the truck, and the truck was registered to me, right, and the whole bit.
Didn't we read her in her email say that she re-registered it into her name, which means it was not in her name? She's lying. She's lying, and we got to document it here that she's lying.
So, all right, we working on a plan to launch the business and do this, that, and the third, right? I'm still running my cupcake shop, by the way, so it is what it is. So we had your plan, and the plan was we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, we're gonna make.
That's trolling. I saw somebody legitimately answer Karen's Livingston's question. I'm new to this page. Is it only about Darius? You playing in our face, because if you look at the playlist and the videos listed on this channel, you would clearly see that there are other topics. This is a series. And it's a repeated series that we'll be doing every evening until I get goddamn tired of it. But don't play in my face when you can look at the channel and see that there's clearly other topics.
this happen, get the truck inspected, get the license, boom, boom, boom. So before any of this could even happen, we were sitting around having a conversation, right? It was a meeting. And we were having a conversation, and they were talking about things that we needed for the business. And when we were going to do stuff for the business, you know, they were just suggesting, the other two were just suggesting things that we needed, right? We needed a phone line with a voicemail system. Remember, this is like 15 years ago, y'all. So, you know, it's a lot different than it is today. We needed a phone line with this. We needed business cards with that. We needed that. And I'm like, wait a minute now. I already got one truck on the street. I know how this works, right? So why in the hell do we need all this stuff to make this happen? Like, we don't need all this. And at the time, the number one food truck on the scene was a company called Flirty Cupcakes. They're not that no more, but they were called Flirty Cupcakes. And all Flirty Cupcakes had was a cell phone. That's it, an iPhone. So that's it. That's all we needed was the iPhone. But it was like they wouldn't do all this other stuff. And I'm like, you know what? I'll tell you what. I'm out. Okay? I'm out. This is not the focus we need. This is not what we need to be dealing with. We need to be working on other things for the business. So I literally politely declined, right? And I said, I'll tell you what. Y'all take the truck. You want to hear the story? I cut the comments on. All right.
So he also cuts off the comments when he's telling his lies so that he and his flying monkeys, like Karen, are not distracted from the truth. I mean, from the lie, rather. Where people are like, he lying, or that don't make sense, or why are you talking in circles, or all the stuff that y'all saying. People be saying in his chat, but they'll turn off because y'all stop, he talking. Oh my God, y'all so ignorant. Quit. He only tell the truth. He transparent. They doing all that, and so they get to fighting and fisticuffing in the chat. So he'll turn them off. So he not distracted from people saying, you a lying scammer. You scammed us in Chicago too. Like all that. He's shutting the comments off. So he can't see that. And the flying monkeys can be manipulated and hypnotized in peace.
So I told them, I said, yeah, listen, so this is a lot for me. And, you know, this is not going to be my focus because we are looking for the wrong things. And I said, y'all take it and run with it. Have fun. I'm willing to cut my losses. I'm okay with that. I can make it back up.
In his email, he said we owed him, right? Right. He said, we're going from you guys owing me to me owing you. You saying somebody owe you is not walking away and cutting your losses.
Not a big deal. You guys have fun. And I said, I'll tell you what, I ain't even gonna leave you stranded. I'll let you use my licensed kitchen until you get your own, right? Not a big deal. So, there was another guy that was at that same meeting with us. Another friend. So we were going out to do something like that. His name is Terrence, right? And so Terrence was there, and Terrence was like just an impartial party sitting in the corner, like listening to like everything that was going on. So Terrence was there. Well, some things happened, and Terrence told me a thing or two. Again, I don't know how much of this is true, but he did tell me some things. So
he's saying he don't know how much of it is true because he's hearing second and third hand. And Terrence was a mutual friend who was playing both sides against the middle and a messy queen. So take that with a grain of salt.
Things was they don't know how to cook, right? And if they do, it's not like cooking from a professional standpoint. So you operate for.
He knows how well both of us can cook while he's on. Like, they don't know how to cook. Lies.
Food truck, you gotta know how to saute an onion or something, child. Cut a bell pepper. What you gonna do? So Terrence told me, he was like, yeah, they couldn't do it, so they were actually looking for, because I think we had like a cheddar broccoli soup and, you know, wild rice biscuit, something, I don't know. He was like, yeah, they was on your website. They was on, back then I think it was like Everyday Cooking or something like that. They was like, he was on your website trying to find recipes for the stuff so they can make it. I was like, oh, okay, well, you know, it's what it is. So, you know me. I was always mad about, even back then, I was a mind my business kind of person, doing my thing, you know, just, you know, working my shit, right? And
he's a liar from the pit of hell. He's a messy queen who operates behind the shadows. But anyway, for clarity, although I explained it yesterday, I know everybody from yesterday ain't here today, all that good stuff. So with him saying that we were looking at the recipes, it was because of the fact that he had stuck us with that $1,500 to $1,700 gross list of, well, grocery items. And we were trying to figure out what was he planning to make with those things, because all we got is a bunch of raw ingredients now. And our plan was to try to make whatever he was planning on making, or make whatever he's planning on making, so that we could try to recoup the money that we lost from him sending us off and having us get $1,700 worth of groceries when he knew he wasn't going to ever prepare them and take the truck out. And if y'all know what I'm talking about, that means you got to go back and watch the other parts you missed.
So the name of the truck was called, now this is going to be important because I'm going to bring this back up later. I should record this, put this on YouTube. Y'all, this is juicy. Ain't this good? Ooh, this is good. Y'all didn't even comment. I know you're shaking your head like, yes, Darius, keep going. So listen, let me see the comments when I say that. Hold on. I know y'all shaking y'all head like, yes, keep going. Let me see the comments. Hold on before I cut it back off again. Because I know y'all like this kind of juicy stuff. Yeah.
So, he said.
Now, this is a flashback to a week or so ago when he started talking about the food, the lunch machine again, because he'll bring it up here or there. Usually it's when me or somebody else is blasting him and it gets under his skin. He'll bring it up so that he could try to discredit us with his lie.
I texted him and he replied back. He said, I think it's at the country or in the country or at the country. He said at the country. And I kept saying, at the country, that doesn't even sound right. You know how people be like, they have text. Like, you know, I'm at work doing my work and I text you back and it's a half, you know, whatever. You know, you skip a punctuation mark. We all, you know, we let stuff go by. You know, it's very C+. You know, it's not an A. How to be, it's very, your text is very C+. We all had those moments, right? So, well, he meant to say at the county because was a sheriff, a corrections officer, a sergeant down to, so I think, and I remember Calvin mentioning this, like, yeah, we go to the county, we'll make a killing. They was trying to do that. But the truck was not at the county. The truck was parked in Lavell's backyard. He had a house.
I realized she was trying to dox my house, one of my properties. That's how she rolled.
What is going on with this truck? Where is this truck? And why is the truck not out on the street making y'all money? He said, we was trying to say some stuff he gave me. I don't know. I can't remember what he said. So I said, I'll tell you what. Here I go. I buy the truck back. Now the truck already registered to me, first of all. FYI. Bitch, you go to the registration. It's under my name. I said, I'll tell you what. I'm going to buy the truck back from y'all. I'm going to give you what you put in. Plus, still under my name. This how fucking dumb they are. This how fucking stupid these motherfuckers are. Girl, exactly. First thing you said was, wait a minute. In your name? Yes. Them fuckers didn't even change. They didn't even transfer the damn registration to somebody else.
You see how she then recreated the story? I literally just read y'all the emails where she says that she re-registered the vehicle out of my name into her name. But in this version of the story that she's telling, we were too stupid to even have it registered in our name. Okay.
Girl, they dumb. Girl, just bone.
I would really consider the idiot to be the person who would continue to tell a lie with no receipts, not knowing if someone else has the receipts to be able to give the true account of the story while reading verbatim their words from emails. That's pretty goddamn stupid.
Stupid. Oh, girl, all of them. And I know good and well they over there kicking themselves years later because, girl, they dumb. All of them are fucking idiots, okay? So listen. So I'll say I give you what you put in plus $1,000 more. I'm being generous. I'm lubing it up. I'm greasing the palm a little bit. Lavelle was like, "Oh, okay, yeah. Let me just run that by Calvin." You know, I said, "Okay, cool." So we called Calvin on three-way. Three-way. That's how long ago this was. When the last time you had a three-way phone call? Bitch, we have Zoom. We have Teams. When the last time you been on a three-way phone call? Anyway, so we called Calvin. Calvin said, "Oh, that sounds good. Let me think about it." That's what he said. So then he called me back and he said, that sound like a good deal, but I want to propose a different offer. I said, what is it? He said, we want 50% of the profits indefinitely. I said, that's all you want? He said, yep. I said, deal. Dumb as.
Now you hear him say indefinitely when our contract that I read to y'all says for at least a year. Because all we really wanted was to ensure that we could recoup the money that we had put in there, and hopefully, well, money and time that we had put in there. And hopefully if there would be something a little extra just to make us whole and make it where the venture was worthwhile, since she pulled me into it. I'll say for sure. I don't know what her and G talked about prior to. I didn't ask to be a part of it. I was asked to be a part of it.
Fuck. So they went and drew up a contract. So let me tell you. So I'm I'm out of my business doing my little stuff. I probably was not out of my business if I know me. But anyway, I was doing my little stuff. And
I thought he always minds his own business, but now he's saying I probably wouldn't mind my own business if I know me. So that means you don't really mind your own business. You don't really stay out of mess. You create it in the shadows, like I said.
Want to they drew up a contract. They want me to come sign the contract. So, child, get this. These fucking urban city planners, okay, these people that work for the Department of Housing in Chicago, that's how they acting. They said they're going to put a restaurant on 75th over East, like Little East of Jeffrey. Don't ask me the name. I can't think, girl. My brain is not functioning properly right now. And it was, guess what the name of the restaurant was going to be? Girl, not a creative bone in their body. Girl, Eat Better Cafe. Damn, y'all. It's two brains. Could nobody think creatively about something else? Why would you call this Eat Better Cafe and we just got done? Girl, just no originality and dumb. Look at Lavelle. Look what he doing. Posting about me every goddamn day. No originality. Okay?
He's so bothered by our content, y'all. Put a 1 in the chat if you would love for Lavelle to continue to post my content on Crooks where I have no originality.
It's like watching eggshell paint dry on the wall after a hurricane. Girl, just damp. It's never drying. It will be wet for eternity. Anyway, so
now remember, this business that he's laughing at now and talking about is the same one that he was trying to negotiate to be a part of in what I read to y'all. And we decided on, we will potentially talk about it later, and we will either hire you as a consultant for the recipes and social media, and or potentially discuss silent partner, angel, silent partner, I think what we call it, where he would just get a percentage of the profits. But there's a business that he's now laughing at like it was just such a stupid idea. But again, the primary purpose was the lunch machine which no longer had a location because she had been acting a fool with the cupcake gallery. That's how we ended up with the space. That's how we ended up with the space. Because of her. We had to have somewhere to license the truck to in order to continue to operate it.
I goes over there. They got this little girl, Times New Roman, 8.5 by 11, double space piece of gibberish, girl. I glance over it real fast, make sure.
8-page contract. This thing. What the hell is the contract? I got so much shit down here. I ain't gonna even worry about it. Y'all seen it. Y'all have seen it. Y'all have seen it. Now it's not even nothing. I read sections of it to y'all, and they were all too boring because it was legalese.
It had nothing too crazy. Then I signed it, right? When I say I glanced over and signed it, I want you to know about 8 pages. I signed that shit in. I looked at it and signed it in about 42 seconds. I signed it so fast, Calvin said, damn, you signed that real fast. Let me look at this and see if I missed something. I said,
we knew, and that did happen, but we knew after he signed it the way he did that he wasn't planning on abiding by anything in it, because he couldn't even, as quickly as he flipped it and signed, he literally was like, what do I sign? And we're like, oh no. But it was, it was said and done. Like, he ain't gonna abide by this because he ain't even trying to see what's what. And as we see, he wasn't gonna abide by it.
It was your contract. Toots. Okay, I'll get the comments back off so I can finish.
So this is rewinding back to, I don't even know why I edited it like this. I was trying to clip them together to show all the different times he's told the stories and how the story changes with each time he tells it. But I didn't want to have to listen to a whole segment, a whole 20-something, 30 minutes of him rambling it to get to the next version of it. But this is him. He now is singing. He had turned the comments off. Now he's about, I think, turn them back on or whatever. But he's singing songs and all kind of stuff, all while he's supposed to be telling this story.
So, okay. So the name of the truck was called the Lunch Machine. I thought it was a cute name for a truck. The Lunch Machine. That's real cute. I liked it. And the name on Twitter was Eat Better Lunch, right? Because that's what it was, Lunch Machine. So it was Eat Better Lunch. So I loved it. I liked it. I thought it was cute. And I was like, okay, cool. But I bowed out because I'm like, y'all doing stuff that's like, this ain't even need to be our focus. And remember, I already have my own shit going on already, So with that, I get the keys, the truck, I'm out. The truck is on the street doing what it's got to do. Boom. Cool. I've changed it now. It is no longer Eat Better Lunch. It is now the Cupcake Gallery food truck. All right. So I'm slanging cupcakes.
Again, he rebranded it, although I just read the contract to you and the agreement was he wasn't supposed to rebrand it. He's telling you immediately when he gets the truck, he rebrands because he was never planning on abiding by the contract, as I said. He just wanted, remember, he needed the keys to the truck. The truck was not only locked up on one of my properties, but also we had the keys and he did not. Because remember, he quit the business. So now he decided he wants, really all he wanted anyway was to just run the business all himself and have the money. He got that. And so he was now trying to get the truck back from us by any means necessary, including this fake negotiation, signing the contract, knowing he wasn't going to abide by it. And then as soon as he hit the road, as soon as he got the truck back, rather, he rebranded and was slinging cupcakes, as he said.
All over the city. I don't know if anybody's on here that was following back then or you was in Chicago. You were there. All right. So I'm not new to this selling out shit. I'm true to this. All right. I know when shit not right. So anyway, okay. So here we go. So I hire some people. We get the stuff going. We out in the street making money. Boom. I was talking to this guy that lived in Little Rock, Arkansas. I'll never forget this. I would say his name, but y'all might know him because he's still alive. He was an older gentleman. And
we were gonna pick a meeting place that was interesting for us to go to. It wasn't that interesting, but we ended up in Memphis. So we drove to Memphis. We stayed at the there was a Marriott. The Marriott was down the street from the Circle K and Whitehaven, but it was next to a mall. That's all I remember. Okay? That's all I remember. All I remember was like a Marriott hotel. The Marriott hotel was down to the deceit. Okay. So it's time to Perkins. Was I at South Haven or North Haven or White Haven? I don't know which haven I was in. I do not know the name of the haven. I'm so sorry. I do not know the name of the haven, but that's the haven I was in. Okay? And the street was like it's like a big street. It's like a curve. It kind of like curved a little bit. You know what I'm talking about? It wasn't, to me, the street was like, it curved. It didn't really, American Way. Does American Way curve? Could you please corroborate this story with me, please? Because the people swear I'll be lying.
So this, again, is supposed to be him telling the story about the lunch machine. And he on some random fact about what street exists in Memphis and what it looks like. How that has anything to do with the story is beyond me. But what it does have something to do with is psyching out the D-hags to be like, oh, if I knew this fact of this location in Memphis, see, that mean my whole story true. See, I don't lie. What? And they eat it up. Oh my God, they eat it up. They don't even realize it.
The people, they will have you thinking I'm lying. The
people will have you thinking I'm lying. He's indoctrinating in this moment. The people will have you thinking I'm lying. But see, I'm telling you, this street in Memphis, y'all live there, right? Y'all Memphis people tell me it exists, don't it? Yeah, it exists, massa. I live down the street from that. Oh, yeah, massa. See, they be lying. They be talking about I'm lying. What the fuck that street got to do with this story? What? Oh, and they eat it up.
Is it a big ass curved street over there? Or am I making this up? Somebody said got to be Perkins and American Way. Don't have me pull up the Google Maps. All right, I'm gonna have to do that. It is. Thank you. Yes, it does. That was Mall of it. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, because I remember it was like a big curved street. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. And there was a Circle K over there. And it might have been a Waffle House, but I can't. The Waffle House is going too far. No, the Waffle House ain't going too far. It definitely was a Waffle House near there. It definitely was a Waffle House somewhere over up and through there. Wasn't it a Waffle House somewhere? Am I making this up? No, it was a Waffle House. It was not an IHOP. It might be an IHOP now, but I swear to God, it was a Waffle House. Still is there. Come on. Come on. The Waffle House, come on. Do not play with me. I knew it was a Waffle House over there.
You see how he using this time? Like, what is this, like 2 minutes of just rambling about a random ass street in Memphis that has nothing, literally nothing to do with the lunch machine story or why I air him out or anything else. Right. Who got that randomness is crook? I like that.
The Waffle House over there, but the mall is closed. That's why I stayed. Now tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. I don't even know what that said, but I knew what I saw. I don't even know where I was at, but I knew what I saw. So anyway, all right. So it's time to go home. So we driving back. As a matter of fact, Jamel drove back, right? We took 57 all the way up. 55, 57, 57 to the west side. Well, to 290. You know what I'm saying? Dan Ryan. You get it. So anyway, So we drove back. I remember stopping at a gas station. I was in the front seat passenger. Jamel was driving driver's seat. Calvin was in the back seat with a laptop on his lap. At the gas station, I filled the gas up. And I remember specifically, because it was like the first of the month was about to come up, Calvin rubbed his hands together in the back seat and was like, payday coming. It's on the way. And I said to myself, it surely is.
So we go to Memphis, and it's probably a day or two before.
Now, it's hard to tell, I know, because you're saying flabby taco meat in both clips. The one we just watched, that's present day. That was last week sometime. This one here was done in 2021. This is him telling the story in 2021. Oh, wrong button.
For the close of the month. And, you know, there was an agreement that on the first of the following month, I would give them 50% of the profit from the previous month. Child. So we stopped for gas. That's why I'm laughing at this whole thing. This should be a movie. This should be a fucking movie. We stopped for gas, right? Because you got to get gas. You know, back then the cars, you got to stop once or twice. The car wasn't making it all the way to Memphis. You had to stop once or twice. So we stopped for gas. We come on back, we stop for gas. I'm in the front seat, and Calvin's in the back seat. And whatever he was doing, he paused. And I remember this like it was yesterday. He paused and he said he said out loud, he said, oh, and he was rubbing his hand like the Birdman, rubbing his hands. So he rubbing his hands together, right? And he's like, yes. He was like, so, here we go. I would come to the bakery, I don't know, 8 o'clock in the morning. They had already been there. They had cleaned up and cooked and all that stuff, and they was on the truck.
He is lying about that. I don't know where the hell he get this part of the story from, that we were coming in the Cupcake Gallery and making food and going out on truck. Both of us had full-time jobs. How are we coming there in the mornings and going on? What is he talking about? This, I'm like, what is she talking about? We tried to bring the groceries there that time. I don't know if she's talking about that. And on top of that, when I was trying to get the place together to pass inspection for the truck to be licensed by the city, those were the only times I was there doing anything.
And I guess, I don't know, maybe a month or two had passed. And I'm like, it had dawned on me. I said, I ain't seen no post or nothing. I ain't seen no Twitter, no tweet. I ain't seen nothing. Because normally you would announce where you at. You know, you put a schedule together. So you would say, okay, on Monday, I'm going to be at these 4 places. Water Tower Place, you know, Dearborn and something. I'll be at Wabash and Randolph or whatever. You just say this is where I'm going to be. And then, you know, you'll be like, okay, I'll be there at 4 o'clock. I'll be there at 3 o'clock. I'll be there at 1. And you just go from spot to spot. That's the way you used to do back in the day with the food trucks in Chicago. I don't know what they do now, but we used to do that back in the day. But I said, I ain't seen nothing. I was putting cupcakes in the case, and I said, you know, I ain't seen. I said, let me reach out and see what's going on, right? So I called my ex, and I was like, you know, what's happening with the truck? No.
I called my ex. See? Conveniently recreating a narrative.
I asked a friend first, because they, you know, I was on my way out of the friendship circle at this point. So I said, I called a third party. And he said, oh, I texted him. No, I texted him. He said, it's at the country. And I'm like, at the country? Or no, he said, last time I knew they were at the country. I was like, at the country? What the fuck is the country? What is that? And I guess he meant the county. Because another friend I think he still is, a Cook County sheriff. And they were at the jail. And the truck, I guess they thought, okay, hey, we take the truck over to the jail. We'll make a lot of money because people got to eat by the jail. So I guess they had done that. And what I'm able to surmise is that maybe they didn't have monumental success. You know what I mean? Like something was going on. And again, I'm not really sure because I'm out of my own business for these last, 2 months. But something had gone on where they just weren't successful with the truck, right? Obviously, they don't know how to cook like that. And
he's ignoring the fact that both of us, well, G had a full-time job, management job, and I had 2 businesses. He's ignoring that part that he stuck us with a business that neither one of us had time to run. However, he did. Well, supposedly he did when we first started. And he don't know why we weren't able to be out there every day with a truck.
Without a little business savvy, yeah. So I asked my ex, where's the truck? He said, oh, it's parked in my backyard. I said, it's parked in your backyard? I thought y'all was using the truck. I thought y'all was going to go out and, what happened? What's going on? And I think he said, I forget what he said, but something to the effect of, all right, it ain't right. And I guess they just decided to sit on the idea. Well, I don't make no sense for no perfectly good truck to be sitting in somebody's backyard. Give me the truck back. I'll do something with it. So I said, I'll tell you what. Because they weren't going to give me the truck back. So I said, okay, I'll buy the truck back from you. I said, I'll give you what you put into the.
I thought he owned the truck all by himself, though. So how would we have the ability to decide whether or not to give him something that he owned legally? Wouldn't he be able to call the police and say they stole my vehicle? Here's my title. Here's my registration to prove that I am the sole owner of this vehicle. Make them give it to me. Arrest them for auto theft. Wouldn't that be how that could work? Why would you even have to negotiate with somebody who stole your property? A vehicle at that.
Sure. Plus 1,000 more. Now, obviously, my ex, who had put in more money on the truck, was like, okay, I'll do that. Because at this point, he want to recoup whatever he can. But the friend, his name is Calvin, the friend was like, you want the truck back? I said, yeah. He said, okay. I tell you what I'll do. We'll give you the truck back. I'm going to cut the comments over this one. He says, we'll give you the truck back, right? But what he said to me was, he said, but I want 50% of the revenue. No, 50% of the profit. I'm trying to get his words right. 50% of the profits indefinitely. That's what he told me. He said he wanted 50%. I gotta put the comments back off, y'all. I can't tell the story and look at the comments at the same time. I'm sorry. Give me a second. I can't do both, okay? If I'm doing regular talking, I can read it, but I can't read it and tell the story. And my edibles gonna kick in, and I had a bit of drill. So anyway, Calvin was like, if you give me 50% of the profits indefinitely, he said, we'll give you the truck back. I'm like, all right, cool. So I thought about it and I said, fine, let's do it. All right, not a big deal. And so I'm gagging because y'all forgive me. I'm gagging because these two nutcases decided they was gonna be business partners. These fools go and get a restaurant spot on the southeast side of Chicago. Now, one person can't fry and one person can't bake to say it. So they go and they get this restaurant space. They go get this restaurant space, right? It was a little space. It was like a little carry-out little spot. And they gonna open up a restaurant, right? And I said to myself, you go to what? They gonna open the restaurant. Okay. So they decided. Okay, they decided to open a restaurant, okay? Okay, I'm gagging because this story is going to take a whole twist. So, okay, I told you the name of the Twitter name was Eat Better Lunch, right? So, I pulls up because they said, okay, we're going to put together a contract, right? They found a 10-page contract because they want to sign so I can take 50% of the profit and give them 50% of the profit. Fine. So I rolls over to the restaurant to look at the contract, right? So they gave me a dress. They stayed in there getting stuff together, painting and whatnot. Okay, y'all better do it, okay? Child, why the name of the restaurant? Why was the name of the restaurant Eat Better Cafe? I said, wait a minute. Ain't the name of the truck? Wasn't the name of the truck the lunch machine? And on Twitter it was Eat Better Lunch. Now y'all finna open up Eat Better Cafe? I couldn't tell you. I said, okay, open up Eat Better Cafe, honey. Y'all better come on and do it, okay? On the southeast side, they finna sell fish and bisque in South Shore, in the ghetto part of South Shore, over there on like 75th off of Jeffrey. I said, okay, more power to you. If y'all don't come on through here and do something, okay, it ain't gonna be done, okay? It'll work if you work it, amen? So I looks up and Calvin has the contract for me to sign, right? About 10 pages. I glanced over it real fast, looked for the right words, and then I signed the contract, right? I swear to y'all, it took me about 45 seconds to read this and sign the contract. About 45 seconds. I did it so fast that Calvin looked at me and said, something must be wrong with this contract, because you signed this contract way too fast. I said, what do you mean? There's nothing wrong. You wrote the contract, didn't you? He was like, yeah. I said, okay. I agreed to the terms and I signed it. This is your contract that you put together. So let's do it. Partner, we're going to do 50% of the profits indefinitely. Great, let's do it. If I could have been a fly on the wall when I walked out of that carry-out restaurant, man. So, a couple of things that you got to know in business. Who is the truck registered to begin with? The truck was always in my name, okay? So, this contract that you done filled out already is null and void because I can't sign a contract to get back what already belongs to me. Number one, okay? No big deal. I still went along with the, you gonna get me, I'm gonna get you at trying to get me, okay? You're not gonna out sissy this sissy. It's not gonna happen, okay? So now,
I told y'all, he calls himself a sissy. Yeah, and when somebody online calls him a sissy or sassy, he gets offended and wants to plead that it's homophobic. Whatever works for her narrative at the time.
At the time, I was talking to this guy who lived in Memphis, okay? And, no, he lived in Little Rock, Arkansas, but we would meet up in Memphis because it wasn't really the halfway point, but whatever, we met in Memphis. So, Cal and a friend, we drove down to Memphis for the weekend. And the agreement was for them to give me a truck. I take the truck and I do what I got to do with the truck, and then I would give them 50% of the profits indefinitely, right? So the truck had gone out and was making money.
He keeps saying indefinitely when in the contract it states for just at least a year.
From day one.
Because now, if I were to refer to the contract that we signed,
although this literally has about another, that's 49, literally a whole nother hour, and we ain't doing that. I'm gonna just get to him getting to the end of the story, this version of it, and then at another point in another time in another lifetime, I'll put all the rest of it together, but I at least want to close it out with his version of the story. But yeah, it's a lot more to this. It's time to get out of here. I got through it though. Thank you, Jesus. God is good.
Because now, if I were to refer to the contract that we signed, the ask was for 50% of the profit, not 50% of the revenue. Let me say that one more time. The contract I signed specifically requested 50% of the profit, not 50% of the revenue. This is month 1. We haven't even.
So again, what fair business partner would say, give me 50% of the revenue before any of the bills were paid, before the overhead was taken care of? So again, he's not as brilliant as he thinks. It's called being a person who is human, who cares about other people, which is what we thought he did at the time. And we were trying to be fair. We could have easily said the part 50% of the revenue, but that would bankrupt the business, which is what he ended up doing. And she's such an idiot.
Been broken even from capital expenditures. And even if we did break even and had a profit, as the chief executive officer and the person responsible for the fiduciary success of said organization, I find it so important such that I give myself a spot bonus so that my employment may be retained.
Now she's calling it a spot bonus. In the email exchanges, she said she was giving herself a salary of $75,000. But again, all she sent us was a random ass spreadsheet with no proof of nothing. So she just making up numbers off the top of her head. But now it's a spot bonus, not the salary of $75,000 that we have documented in emails from her. And my attorney's responses to her.
When I tell you them motherfuckers were livid. Baby, when I tell you they were livid at me, how are you going to out sissy a sissy? How are you going to out faggot a faggot? Baby.
Y'all know I'm turning that into a sound bite. I was actually looking for it the other day. I'm like, where did he say that at? I know now.
That Lavelle and that Calvin. I mean, when I say I got them, bitch, I got them motherfuckers good. I got them so good, boy. I remember I was in traffic, child. Calvin worked for the CTA, a supervisor walking around downtown. Girl, I was in traffic. He spotted the truck, got on the truck, talking about, we could have been doing this together. You had that opportunity when you tried to get me. And then he gonna say, if you knew it was wrong, why you didn't say that we supposed to be friends? Yeah, girl, we supposed to be. Honey, but that went out the window a long time ago, ain't it? Baby, that's why Lavelle doing all them videos about me. Yes, child. Because he lost his money and his sense. All of it. Yes. Yeah, that's why he upset. You be upset years later too, licking his wounds. And then to see me glow up the way the way I glue up, okay, to see me glow up the way I glued up. And then to watch the glow up, right? To watch the rise, to watch the, to see all that, knowing where I came from. Oh man, and then
this is the part that gets me of this story. It's getting towards the end. Thank God, y'all. This is the part that gets me about the story. So then he explained what he did to us. For them, it's made it look like we were the villains in the story, the way he paints the picture. And so it's like, oh, you got them mad, so they were trying to get you. You got them first. So then they riding with that. But then it's like, but why he still talking? So then he like, you know what I think it is? And then he starts to state it as fact. He then states that his jealous, evil, black heart, the way that he looks at life and looks at people, is how I must also be looking at life and people. I'm supposed to be so upset that he gained some level of popularity and some level of money. And I've been sitting on that my entire life because I don't like to see people succeed in life. I'm like, girl, that's you. That's you who in competition with everybody. I celebrate everybody's glow up. And then the other piece is supposedly I was so disgruntled because all these years of his success and whatever was happening, I'm supposed to have been there watching on social media the whole time. Girl, for one, you had me blocked. For two, you were like non-existent in my world. I had no idea what was happening with you until 2021 when I saw the scams. The only thing I would hear about Darius Crooks throughout those years was when he had a scandal. when he had that preacher who was calling him a sissy and all these other things. He had did something to some pastor, and the pastor was calling him out. Darius Crooks then ran to his post and then tried to report the pastor. And could y'all believe a pastor said this to me? Like I knew about that stuff because people would send me that. I didn't follow his ass. I didn't care. But I'm supposed to just be so upset that that he did whatever he did with his life that's the reason I'm just jealous. I'm like, y'all got to be some jealous D-hag bitches to believe that everybody's like that. Because they like, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. He jealous. Because we jealous of everybody around us who's successful. What? That's not even my heart. That's not how I roll. That's how her black heart rolls. She couldn't even be in a mutually beneficial business situation and fair to her own closest friends at that time. She's the one with the black heart. She's the one that doesn't want to see people succeed. Hello? She just told you the story. You clown?
It don't even matter if you block me. Your friends like me, so they post my stuff.
Y'all know that's a lie. And somebody asked, who was that yesterday? Somebody asked me, well, forget, I'm gonna let her tell this part.
They repost my stuff. They buy my stuff. You ain't even got to like me. Your friend, your mama likes me. She got a skillet right now.
She just lying. And they eating it up. Yes, his mama even buy from you. Ooh, his mama even like you. Lies from the pit of hell. My mama know you Satan reincarnated. My mama ain't never purchased nothing from you, much less a skillet. She don't even cook. So we know you're lying because she don't cook.
So you gonna see me. I'm around. You definitely gonna see me.
Also, he didn't even have products till 2021. So how was I all these years reeling and watching people around me buy his stuff? He didn't have shit to buy. What is she talking about?
Now look at you. That's the God's honest truth. That's why he mad. You'll be mad too, child, years later. That's really why he mad.
Ain't got nothing to do with the hundreds of people, well, really nearly thousands of people who have already, who I found out about in 2021, heard all those horrible stories of all the things you've done since Chicago. Has nothing to do with that, since those are the only stories that I tell. Took me 3 years to tell this story because this story happens to be about my life, my story, my experience with your satanic, predatorial, sociopathic behavior. And this is the story I care less to talk about and will not be talking about in the future. So if that was why I was upset, wouldn't I continue to tell this? Wouldn't I have told this story before? First of all, wouldn't I have told this story? Wouldn't I continue to bring this up every 5 minutes? No, I'm talking about all the other issues you've done. Real time. I got real time scams to talk about that we couldn't even do today. I told y'all we wouldn't be able to do both. It had to be one or the other. But tomorrow, because they all right here waiting, my show already for tomorrow done. For everybody who, all these flying monkeys coming through here, is that all you talk about is Darius Crooks? Yep. For now, for this season, yep. Every evening, join us Monday through Friday, 7:15 Central, 8:15 Eastern. Yep. Only Darius Crooks.
That's why he mad. He been trying to get me. He said, my mission is to stop Darius Cooks this season. Bitch, I ain't never no seasons the last 3 years. Girl, what kind of weather pattern is this? Girl, which calendars we use? Girl, which way is the earth spinning? Because it's been 3 years. You still in the same season after 3 years? Honey, it's time to, pack it up. Girl, pack it up. Put that thing in the trash. 3 years he be talking about something. My mission is to stop Darius. Girl, stop me from doing what? Gaining weight? Getting rich?
And the cash statement show you what we got, okay? And so remember the contract, the terms are important. The contract did not say 50% of the revenue. The contract said 50% of the profit. Not a big deal. Okay, let's run down the balance sheet so we can see all of the revenue minus the expenses. Somehow along the way, somebody forgot about a little tiny entry called capital expenditure. I don't know how they forgot capital expenditure. See, because if you don't know what that is, let me tell you what capital expenditure is. In order for you to start a business that you ain't never started before, chances are it's some things you need you ain't never had before, right? So somebody got to buy paper bags, somebody got to buy styrofoam containers, somebody got to buy raw material, somebody got to buy pots and pans, whatever you need, you got to buy all this stuff, okay? That goes against your revenue as an expense. It's called capital expenditure. So if you're trying to turn a profit, you probably don't want to think about turning a profit until after year one, because you have to recoup all of the initial costs that it costs you. So it's called capital expenditure. Not to mention, who you think was taking the truck out every day? It wasn't me. So now we have what's called labor, you see. And for those of you who don't understand.
Now he claims it. Y'all got to pay attention to her, because she lied on both sides of her neck. She just said, now who taking the truck out? Because it wasn't me. Well, if it wasn't you, how you going to talk about the time that G came and got on the truck with you and was saying, why you do this to us? You said you was in traffic because you was out driving the truck downtown Chicago, slanging cupcakes as you said you were. But now, well, who was taking the truck out? Because it wasn't me. Yeah, it was. You was actually closing the cupcake shop during, and then you would run out for like lunchtime, like peak hours, to go downtown and sell the cupcakes and whatever else you was selling. And the shop would be closed. I know that because people were saying when he leave, he closed the shop so he can run. He closed for lunchtime so he can run downtown and sell stuff. Such a liar.
Understand what labor is. Labor is an expense that's listed on the balance sheet. And there are also additional lines of entry that take up the labor category. Let me explain. So you work for me, I'm paying you $25 an hour, okay? You work 40 hours, whatever 40 times 25 is, I give it to you, okay? A little high right now, I think that ended up being about $1,000, right? Okay. You don't really make $1,000, see? Because you got a couple things you got to take care of. You have federal withholding, which depends on your filing status, your number of exemptions, your pay frequency, and your gross pay. 4 factors determine your federal withholding. At this time in the state of Illinois, you also has state withholding as well. See, so you got to take out state and federal withholding. You also have to deduct out two more very important taxes in Illinois. One is called Social Security, which is 6.2%.
You see how she fills the dead space with just random ass facts? Like, what does this have to do with the story?
Of all of your taxable wages, and a little thing called Medicare, which is 1.45% of all taxable wages. Yes? Okay. At least those four entries come out of your $1,000, and you take home your $815 and some change. See? All right. That's on the employee side. On the employer side, we got a couple of responsibilities too. The employer has to match your Social Security and your Medicare. And if for some reason the employee did not have enough deducted to cover Social Security and cover Medicare, it is the employer's responsibility to fill in said gap. So I had to match Social Security, I had to match Medicare. There's two more very important taxes you think about. One is called federal unemployment. The other one is called state unemployment. Federal unemployment is often referred to as FUTA, which means the Federal Unemployment Tax Act. All right? Typically it's over 1%, but you get a credit, so sometimes it could be 0.6, 0.8%. It can fluctuate. Okay? And then depending upon the state you're in, we call it SUI, State Unemployment Insurance. Typically, there's a new employee rate, so that new employee rate could be 8.3% of all taxable wages. It just depends, right? But it does have a threshold. So anyway, those are expenses you got.
Mind you, just like Destined for Greatness is saying, whose Social Security and Medicare was he matching? He doesn't have any employees. That stood for back then because he wasn't paying them properly. And even now, he hires everyone as 1099 contractual workers or their day labor. He does not have any employees.
Account under labor as well. So you got capital expenditure and you got labor. And whatever other shit you got to pay for. I showed the balance sheet, showed the cash statement. Live it. Live. I'm talking about.
As y'all see from the emails, he showed none of that. He showed a spreadsheet with random ass numbers on it. See how she lie?
Live it. Heavy, torn down, and upset. How dare you come at us and beat us in our own game? I said, well, I ain't really got no profit to pay you because the contract said 50% of the profit. The contract didn't read 50% of the revenue. And that's the contract I agreed to sign. That's the contract you put together. I'm so sorry that you failed to put the right contract together, but I signed it. You signed it. It is what it is. So Calvin looks at me and says, if you knew it was not right, why you didn't tell us so we could fix it? Now, why would I do a thing like that?
How would Calvin look at him when y'all just heard me read the email exchanges? When the email messages become visual, FaceTimes? Y'all literally heard heard me read verbatim the conversations as it went via email. But now Calvin looked him in the eye and said, if it was wrong, why you didn't tell us? Lies.
That you failed to put the right contract together, but I signed it. You signed it. It is what it is. So Calvin looks at me and says, if you knew it was not right, why you didn't tell us so we could fix it? Now, why would I do a thing like that? Why, on God's green earth, would I do a thing such as that? See, I really believe, I'm going to turn this back on. I really believe that they was upsetting me because I got them at their own game. He was so mad at me because I signed that contract and that thing said 50% of the profit. Now let me tell you something. Also, as Chief Executive Officer of said company, guess what I'm also doing? Paying myself a salary. And because I have the fiduciary responsibility to guide this ship the way it should go, if I feel like paying me a spot bonus, I'm going to pay myself a spot bonus as well. So at some point, it was not going to be no profit because I control said finances. And when I tell you, they were so mad at me. Let me tell you how mad Calvin was. This is a true story. That's for you. I'm not lying to you. Calvin, I don't know what he does now, but at one point he worked for CTA. CTA is the Chicago Transit Authority. They run the buses and the trains. He worked for the train. And he was some kind of like supervisor, manager, or something like that. So I'm downtown, right? And he spots the truck downtown. And he walks over to the truck while we downtown. And he was like, I can't believe you would do this. He was like, we could have been doing this together. When I tell you my face was stoic and cold, like I was in the middle of Antarctica. My face was so stoic, I was like, okay, we could have, but we're not. Like, it's just not happening. And so he was really, really down and really, really upset about the whole situation. But at the end of the day, I'm sorry. You got to save yourself first. Ain't nobody out here gonna look out for you and save you. You're gonna have to do this all on your own. Do you understand me? So all that happened and all that went down. And to be honest, after that, there wasn't a whole lot of like friendship stuff going on at that point. If you could, imagine the tenor of the communication and the tenor of the relationships, said friendships, it was kind of downhill from that point. So, before I left Chicago.
Before I left Chicago, remember how he escaped to go get Philly cheesesteaks in Philly from Chicago, but he packed up his entire car, made a wrong turn on the turnpike, ended up in New Jersey or New York City, and never came back. Well, for at least a year or so. You see how he glosses over it? And when I left Chicago, not ran away, escaped.
They had all been, really good friends and buddy and this, that, and the third. When I left Chicago, I literally got off all social media. It wasn't like it is now. Facebook was a lot different than what it is now. But I I needed to get my mind right. Out of everything that was going on, I had to
B Hunt, I'm unaffected by this at this point. I've heard this story countless times. Like, again, I've had to edit this, but also been hearing it since 2021. First time I ever heard, I think might have been this one. I'm unaffected by it. I'm, I guess, frowned up and not smiling because I'm straining to read your comments that I'm putting on the screen. So I'm unbothered.
Keep my mind right. And, of course, the Facebook posts are going. See, this is the thing. You can cry victim all day long. But part of the reason you're crying victim is because you had a hand in the entire situation. And instead of playing your hand correctly, you ended up losing. And now you want to play victim, not realizing that you are the reason you are now the victim, you know? So, Facebook was a thing, you know? And the group of friends were all on Facebook. You know, same things. One of the things that Calvin had said was, I had a flat screen TV. This is when flat screen TVs were, I don't know, $1,000. You know, flat screen TV at $175 now. Calvin goes, because I had left all my stuff back in Chicago. Calvin goes.
So he is admitting, see, now I got it in his own way. One day I'm going to have the bandwidth to just edit all this ish together where it's all concise and together. She's admitting that she left all her stuff in Chicago. I thought you just went to Philadelphia for a Philly cheesesteak. Why you leave all your stuff? Well, why'd you not come back for all your stuff is what I'm meaning to say. So now she about to tell the story of how, and y'all getting confused because I'm not trying to say their name and just kind of have it out there. But the other business partner is already out there, but I ain't trying to keep reiterating it. But the other business partner was his landlord. He owed him rent. Darius Crooks left all his ish, although he had, he packed what he could in his car, as I've told y'all before. But of course, he couldn't pack a TV. G's still using your TV to this day. Anyway, we've watched it a few times. So he packed what he could in his car, but like he left his TV, his bed, et cetera, et cetera. He had a roommate, but the roommate, he's a tenant too. So the landlords then took Darius Crooks' stuff and the roommate was moving because he's like, I can't afford this place by myself. So the roommate he got left hanging too because he didn't know Darius Crooks was leaving. I forgot that part of the story. Darius Crooks just left and didn't tell the roommate. The roommate found out from the other landlord who Darius Crooks texted and said, I left my part of the rent in my room, but it wasn't there. That roommate moved out literally pretty much that next month or whatever, next fall, a month after, because he couldn't afford to stay there by himself. So what they did, they had to do something with Darius Crooks' stuff. So of course they ain't gonna throw away a TV. So he's saying Calvin took the TV and was in the group, and he's about to say it, but that's how he got the TV. But now Crooks is upset that this message was in our friend group. Darius Crooks was not in the friend group. He had been removed from it, but there was a mole in the friend group, Terrence, bitch ass, playing back and forth between the two, between Darius Crooks and the rest of us, and telling Darius Crooks everything we were saying in the group about her. Because we were all like, this bitch, what is wrong with her? Terrence like, look at what they said about you. While she, meanwhile, saying her little stuff too.
I got a new flat screen TV. Is there anybody on my timeline that can help me hang it? And I was like, oh, okay. Okay. Now, let me tell you LaBelle's comment. I'll never forget this, ever.
So she upset that she abandoned her apartment and the landlord got the TV and was trying to find somebody to hang it. Tell me what? You don't have a right to be upset about that. What was she supposed to do? You left it. Nobody even knew where you were immediately after that. People didn't even know he was in New York for some weeks. And then he slowly he talked to some people, but nobody in my friend group, nobody directly in the friend group, but he was talking to certain people. And then it slowly made it to us that he was in New York. But by then I want to say it was a couple months later by the time I knew he was in New York. But for right away, nobody knew he was just gone. And we was like, is he coming back? Did he run away? Did somebody kidnap her? Even though we know nobody want her, but not even her own mom and daddy. But we didn't know what happened to her.
LaBelle's comment was,
And I think it might have been a status update or a reply, you know.
You see, she don't even know where it was. She's about to try, but she's trying to make it sound like I posted it on Facebook for the public, and it wasn't. It was in a private Facebook group that we had, well, messenger group that I had with my circle of friends, and the mole that I didn't know was running back and telling her stuff. It was not a public post. But what I said, I did feel back then, and I still feel today. I don't care who like it and who don't.
Lavell's comment was, Darius should kill himself and start all over again because he's fucked this life completely up. Because
And I said that in the private group with my friends who were also saying their things, but I got a slick ass tongue. So I said it. I did. I ain't afraid. I ain't ashamed that I said it. And I actually say it again today because at that time was literally the moment. It wasn't just about the food truck. It was not at all. It was like we knew about the food truck because we experienced it. But then I was at that point had found out about the cupcake gallery investors who got scammed, never got their money. My best friend being one of those people. Then I found out about the Fresco scam and whatever else was happening. But those were like the major. And I'm like hearing all these people looking for him and all of that. So that's why I was like, he done fucked his life all the way up. How you go from supposedly a successful business owner with a bakery and entrepreneur who's moving into other ventures, food truck and all of this stuff, to scamming your friends, to now the people who helped you establish, even get a cupcake shop, you done scam them. Then you started another venture that nobody knew you had even started, and you were scamming those people, strangers. You went on the Sunny. Oh, because then at that time too, found out that Sonny Anderson was looking for him. I forgot about that part. We found out about the Sonny Anderson had got wrapped up in it too because of the fact that he went on her show and then he started scamming people, and people thought that she was somehow connected to it because she introduced the world to him. That's when I was like, he done effed it up. He effed up his life because of the fact that he had all this stuff going on, had made it onto the Food Network, which I knew was a big dream of his. And then he just scams everybody. It wasn't necessary. So I'm like, he effed this up. He does need to start over. And it came from her post. Like, that's the other thing. She's acting like I just randomly said it. It was because at that particular day, her post had went public. She posted on her Facebook, oh my God, it's been so rough and my business partners have done me wrong and life got too heavy and I had to da-da-da. And she was like, I thought about unaliving myself and blah, blah, blah. So it was similar to the one I read y'all over the weekend and whenever I read it. It was all that. And I saw the theatrics because she wasn't taking no accountability or admitting all the stuff that we had started finding out she was doing. So I was like, if she talking about taking it, let her start all over again because she done F this one all the way up. Yes, I said it. And I'm still saying it today. That's the part I'm like, am I supposed to be ashamed? It's true. You effed it up. You effed it up then. God gave you another chance because all that stuff fell behind you. People stopped looking for you. You recreated a whole new life in New York, and you started that ish all over again and made it worse. On a national level, God is embarrassing you on a national level now. I still say start all over again. You done effed it up. I think I'm supposed to be ashamed or embarrassed by this or something. I state facts.
I'm going to tell you.
Right, Shay J. Own it. I own that ish. I said it and I'll say it again. Start all over. Hashtag start over. Should I create merch? Hashtag start over. I think it's coming. Hashtag start over.
Lavell even wrote, I remember this, I read this verbatim. When I left to go on my little sabbatical, Lavell wrote,
my little sabbatical. She ain't lived in Chicago since. You see how she glosses over that? My little sabbatical?
Darius should just kill himself and start a new life because he's already fucked this one up. That was his status update on Facebook, y'all.
It was not. You see how she's such a fucking liar. Prove it. Where's your receipts? I have receipts of what I talk about here. Where are your receipts, Crooks? Legion, Darius Legion Crooks. Show the receipts. Show that post. Show it.
The way I glued up. That was his, and I look, and you spell it Glewed. You don't even spell it like you spell it Glewed, glued up. That's how you, in my mind, that's what I'm thinking. Like fluid, you spell it, that's what I'm thinking. Listen. That was his comment. And if that wasn't verbatim, I'm very, very, very close to what he said. Right? So, listen, I just, left. You guys can argue, you can talk, you can do whatever you gotta do, but I won't be there. I'm gonna dismiss myself from that, When something no longer serves you, you should probably dismiss yourself. When a relationship or whatever, when the energy no longer is healthy and no longer serves you, it's probably best to just get off, So, yeah, that was that. I literally had not had a conversation with my ex. I had not talked to him. I had not said I just left, right? And I think it's, how dare you level up? How dare you make it? How dare you figure out?
You see how she'd turned this into, it's got to be about her. Oh, he's so jealous. How dare you become an internet scammer? How dare you become known in the public eye as one of the biggest grifters known to the Black culinary influencer community? How dare you become a joke to brands like the Food Network and Hennessy, where they literally tweet jokes about you that has millions of views? How dare you end up in Vibe.com as a scammer? How dare you end up in Black Enterprise with multiple articles about you being a grifter and a scammer? I'm so jealous. What? Girl, the delusion is real. How dare you? No. I'm so jealous that you were supposed to get an award in Beverly Hills that you were just bragging about that was supposed to happen, I think, was it last weekend or something? And they took you off the roster when you was bragging about it. Oh, I'm so jealous that when you were in Men's Health magazine, the digital version, and they had you listed as one of the food influencers, and people showed them who you were, and they immediately removed you from it. Oh, I'm so jealous that my name isn't Mud. I'm so jealous that when people say Vell B, they don't say the scammer. They don't say Vell B Crooks, because they can't, because I'm not a thief, because I haven't harassed and been a predator and a sociopath in these streets. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous that you've been at this for a decade and 2 years, and I have the same level of engagement that you do with your supposed millions of followers. I'm so jealous that I am 6 years older than you. However, look about 16 years younger. I'm so jealous that when I look back at some of the pictures and footage that I have of you from 2021, you look like, as of today, you've aged 29 years. You look old, you look worn, you look drugged out, you're snorting everywhere every day. People claiming and saying that you're on the booger sugar. I am so jealous of that. I am so jealous that there are thousands of pictures of people dragging you from your hideous looks, from your walrus-built body to your pot-belly pothole stomach to your multiple mommy makeovers. Oh my God, I'm so jealous of that. I am so jealous of your bald milk dud head when I still have a full head of hair. Oh my God, I'm so jealous.
Like, for the audacity.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm tired and I'm hungry. I'm sorry. Are we done yet? I think we're done. Let me see what else she's saying. Then we're going to wrap this up.
Of you to do that. And I can only imagine. If you wanted somebody dead and you feel a certain way about that, how long have you been carrying that?
Y'all hear me taking them deep breaths as I'm watching it in the background like, oh my God, this girl, she is doing too much. Kaza Frey, friend, you need to catch up. Or you're doing some flying monkey behavior, one or the other. But those answers, I will not be re-answering what I've talked about through exhaustion in other videos. Catch up. And we don't do flying monkey behavior over here, just in case that's what that is.
That's gotta be tough to carry the last 13, 14 years. All of those sentiments, to carry that for that long, that's gotta hurt. Oh my God, this gotta feel horrible. And then, if you're harboring that, and people start, because at the time I left Chicago, I had no idea who I'd ever become. I'd never know I was gonna be the Darius Crooks. And I'm not even saying that like I'm somebody, because really I ain't nobody. I really ain't shit. But I never would have imagined that this would have been it. But,
so she never would have imagined it. So do you think we would have? So what would I have to been jealous of? Remember, she was broke, multiple bankruptcies, multiple evictions, at least one car repossession. And then she was driving like a $1,500 car. I can't even remember what it was. It was some old raggedy something. What was there to be jealous of? And she had lost all her businesses and ran away from town because she was a scammer. What is there to be jealous of? What is she talking about?
Imagine you're harboring all that negative energy and you're harboring all that hurt in your heart for all those years. And here I go going viral, right? Here I go, I'm going viral. You got videos out there floating around. Friends are sharing things.
Also, just so y'all know, prior to the pandemic, I wasn't even on social media like that. I had a Facebook. I didn't have Instagram. I think I had an Instagram, but I never used it. Didn't know really how to use it. Didn't use Twitter. Facebook, I would get on in spurts, but it was only friends and family. I didn't do social media. I didn't start doing social media until 2020 when I started my YouTube channel. That's when I started getting into the social media because I realized it was a part of the process to help my platform grow. So what all this stuff she talking about, I wasn't on the internet like that. I didn't see it. But she thinks she's so grand and everybody else is so into her because she lives her life on the internet. She thinks the whole world lives on the internet and it doesn't.
You can't get away from it. You know what I mean? Like it's gonna be there. It's gonna be out there. You can't get away from it. But imagine holding on to that for all of that time. That's what you're harboring? That is what you're harboring. All the time. Now, I just wonder how somebody who you ain't talked to in at least 13 years knows so much about your life. To me, I think it's just interesting that after all this time, you pop up and now you know everything about me? Or had you been watching all this time when you wanted me dead? At some point, I'm trying to understand.
Thank you, Shay J, because I was trying to wait till the appropriate moment to pause her shenanigans. He posts everything about himself every second of the day. Nobody has to pay attention to you for years to be able to find out what's happening. And again, I was able to be educated because Lipstick Alley has documented his every move since 2014, if I'm not mistaken. I last talked to him in 2012. So the only gap in time, and it ain't really that much because they filled in some of the gaps in that time frame, but really from 2012, mid 2012 through 2014 is the only time frame that's not very heavily accounted for. And then the more recent stuff, everything is either a post of his or an actual video. That is how I know what's happening. Well, on top of that, and I know him and I know the past, what happened in Chicago and all the other stuff I've been able to tell you. And everything I say turns out to be right. So even predictions. Right, that now this is the truth. You got him shook, Vell. Let's like really keep it real. That's the only thing she won't admit to.
Were you looking and watching for the last 13 years? Or did I just sort of pop back up recently? And I guess I want to say this. If you have...
The truth is I had to go looking. When I Googled and saw Darius Cooks, aka Darius Crooks, and who the got this here? Kaza said Kitchenista really cast him into the spear. That's when I learned about him. I ran into the Kitchenistas post in that April of that year or whatever time frame of 2021. And she was relentless in going in. That's when I started realizing what was happening with her and I found out about Lipstick Alley and all of those other things. So she's just making up ish. So nobody was following her for 10 years. Her damn content ain't even that interesting. You look at her look at your like and views now. Only time you get views and engagement is when you got drama going on. I was looking at some of your other posts because I'm sitting here cataloging for other purposes. You got 53 likes on a post that was 5 days old. How you got 53 likes on a post 5 days old and you supposedly got 1 million followers? What kind of sad sack of situation is that? Let me get on off here. I'm ready to go. All right, y'all. That's it. I'm over this. Bye. Nah. I ain't reading no comments though. I'm tired. I read enough. I thank y'all for joining me this evening. We didn't hit 4 hours and I was hoping to be on here about 2 hours, maybe 2.5 max. Anyway, we got through it. I ain't got to talk about this no more in detail. I mean, I might little random fact here, there, something like that, but I ain't finna talk about this ish in no more detail. I don't feel like it. Didn't want to do it, but I'm glad it's done. It's over. I'm gonna clip this ish down and it's gonna be all over the internet floating. Share it and like it and share it. We will be back though tomorrow with the stuff that I really wanted to cover today in regards to Darius Crooks. And for those who may watch on the replay, the flying monkeys watching saying, that's all he talk about is Darius. Is that all you talk about is Darius? I'm looking at, sorry, I'm new to the channel. As they flapping around like we can't see them. Like we don't know they're a flying monkey automatically. Sorry, I'm new to the channel. Is all you talk about Darius Cooks? In the evening, Monday through Friday, 7:15 to 8:15 Eastern, 7:15 Central, 8:15 Eastern. Yes. During the day, we do our other hot topics, and we'll do this until I get tired of doing it. And the more y'all come over here trying to troll with that dumbass question, the more I'm going to be motivated to keep doing it. All right, so with that, y'all have a great evening. I will see y'all tomorrow. I do plan on doing the lunchtime live chat when it's not about Darius Crooks and it's about the other topics that we also talk about. So with that, until next time, until I upload the next video, make sure to take care, keep those flying monkey wings, cut them off, and be blessed. Peace.